Hey, dreadlocks. Where the bum buck I don't say my dog and top top bitch.
Man, let's stick with you. Rasta man, I'm here to tell you Nino Brown says your services are no longer needed in the community.
Who the bum buck lad?
Oh! Yeah! Now that's how you kill somebody, my brothers. You get right up on the motherfucker and bam! Throw his brains all over the sidewalk in broad daylight.
Drop the ball, baby.
My brother, I think there's been a little misunderstanding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now look, you are going to give up those apartments.
Yes, sir.
And you are going to turn over control of the corner to the brothers.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Because if you don't, head off clean before you can get your clothes back on.
Living, just enough. Living, just for the city. Living, just enough. And now we're living, just enough for the city. Living. For the New Jack City. Bum, bum. Things, do things, bad things, bad. Do things, bad things, bad. Almighty dollar. Oh, keep that people don't let money. Don't let money change you. You keep on changing up your mind. Don't let money change it. For the love of money, people will steal from their brother. For the love of money, people will rob their own mother. Money. Just enough for the city I'm living. Just for the city I'm living. Just enough for the city. Just enough for the city. Living just enough. Living in a New Jack City. Oh, yeah.
A boy's born in hot time, Mississippi, surrounded by four walls that ain't so pretty. His parents give him love and affection to keep him strong, moving in the right direction, living just enough for the city. His father works some days for 14 hours, and you can bet he barely makes $1. His mother goes to scrub the floors for many, and you best believe she hardly gets a penny, living just enough for the city. Short, but Lord, her legs are sturdy. To walk to school, she's got to get up early. Her clothes are old, but never are they dirty. Living just enough for the city. and many, his patience long, but soon he won't have any. To find a job is like a haystack needle, 'cause where he lives, they don't use colored people. They've been just enough for the city.
Watching KBHK TV 44 San Francisco.
From the terrifying universe of the inner mind to the outer reaches of the imagination, we're waiting, poised at the edge of our seats. Time stops as we approach the unknown. Just when we think we're safe, the moment happens. And we...
Saturday night, time for Gas Theater. Join me, Tom Labrie, for the best in late night fright.
Horror, suspense, mystery, science fiction, the supernatural. And now, sit back, relax if you can. You are about to enter the world of
NPC the game.
What's going on, family? NPC the game live from the back rooms of Taiwan, the real District 13 Shaolin. And this is a special broadcast today. Oh man, he's here. Yeah, my friend. I'm proud to call him my friend. Come on, man. Let me hear you say it. Talcott. This brother is a mean in a good way, huh? He gets after it. Yeah, man. Dude, this is the hub of the Panelverse. Not only that, I think someone that a lot of us we love, man. You may call it this or that, but come on, you can't get enough of Jack Talcott. And I don't know what this. I'm going to bring him up. What's going on, chat? Everyone in the chat, peace, love you. Yeah, what's going on, brother Jack? How's it going? Oop, you unmuted? You on mute? There you go.
I guess amateur hour is shining. I'm honored and amateur hour. Be here, brother.
Yeah, man, it's all good, man. We're too busy jamming to the music, bro. We got to get started. Yeah, that was fun.
Loving the beats.
Yeah, I mean, because that's it. Because like last time we talked, I remember you saying you were in the city, deep in the city, right? Be more, right? Yeah, and You're like saying like the sirens, they're loud, and it's like it's alive. This literally alive. I mean,
yeah, brother. I was feeling a little bit. I don't know. I was trying to identify my feeling because I felt out of place. This city energy, man. It's got a power and it's got a flavor to it that I still got to get used to.
Yeah. Because have you spent most of your time in Spokane?
I've lived all over, but most of my life has been like, Spokane was the big city.
Yeah.
It wasn't until 2018 where I made it to New York City, Washington, D.C., Hollywood. I traveled a lot that year. But
wait a minute, 2018 you said?
Yeah.
That was the first time I've been to New York as well. Interesting. I always wanted to go there too. And I was like amazed. I loved it.
I did too. There was something about the energy there that I loved. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great city. I know how it is to live there, but to visit, it's impressive, huh? Yeah.
The world, man. The world we live in is pretty impressive. Wherever we go, there's some pretty cool things to discover.
Absolutely. And then we have in this section of the YouTube, man. I mean, some people don't want to call it the panelverse or whatever, but I mean it's easy. That's what it is, man. We're on these panels and we're getting to meet people that normally you probably wouldn't even get engaged with or even have a little conversation with. It's been an experience. I was going to talk about that later, bring that up. But let me just say, everyone to the chat, peace. Lindsay, Arpool, OTW, thank you for the raid. The Great Machine Lies, Shadow Buddha in the building, my brother, Ozzy, Lady Luck, everyone, man. Leopard Print, and even Holy Brother. He was in there earlier. One of your biggest fans.
Yeah.
How's that feel, dude? How's that feel? It's wild.
It took me a while, but now I'm flattered. I enjoy
You're flattered, yeah.
At first,
they love you.
What's that?
And then they love you, like even in their like parody or whatever they want to call it, satire or whatever. Like, there's a reason why they're watching and listening. Yeah.
I understand. Most of them don't. This is what they don't get. They think they hate me. They think they despise me, but they love me. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah. What do you think that is? I was shout out to the YouTube in a sense. I got monetized on Sunday, so if anyone wants to leave a donation, it's welcome. Thank you. Thank you. But why I was talking about this on Sunday. Why is it that some people seem to be so triggered when they see people being kind to each other in this panelverse? Have you noticed that sometimes?
It's there's so many reasons. A lot of it's jealousy, confusion. It's just, egoic nonsense is what it is.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't call it nonsense because the ego is who we are. But we live in a world of confusion, man. No one knows who they are.
Yeah.
I'm still learning.
Yeah. I like how you pictured that because I took one of the teachings you had last week on your broadcast when you're talking about collective blaming and then trying to like sort myself out and detox myself from negativity and things that aren't serving me. And this is what actually is happening on this Scorpio full moon as we're on right now. But like in trying to detox myself from the negativity, I've noticed that like I kind of would pat myself on the back, say I'm not necessarily talking about people, a particular person. However, I'm just throwing a whole quote unquote group of people collectively under the bus in order to, I don't know, maybe make myself feel better that I'm not like that or whatever.
So can you touch on that a little bit about collective blaming when you were teaching on that?
We did.
Yeah.
It's until I started paying attention to myself, I never realized how much of my time was spent blaming and complaining.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what the world has conditioned us to do. Yeah. Because as long as we've got someone to blame or something to complain about, then we don't have to worry about it.
Right. We don't. We're not looking at it internally. Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Hank, leading the way, man.
Yeah, thank you, Hank. I appreciate you, brother. You're a winner. Let me just do my. Oh, here you go, Tank. This for you, Hank.
Bam! Just like that. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. A winner.
Thank you, Hank. Appreciate you.
There we go, man.
we won't have to do the whole 3 minute of the thing, which can be fun sometimes for sure. But yeah, we got things to do. Yeah. Bro, like I was telling you, I was looking at this Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Lao Tzu, Parallel Sayings, this book that people can get online. It's I'll drop it in the chat. It's a PDF. It's really cool because I know you're a man that's dedicate yourself to spiritual development and self-development and just being a good human and whatnot. And I'm sure you come across these teachers, for sure Jesus, right? And but you can see how a lot of these masters, ascended masters, are kind of talking about the same thing, huh? Yeah.
That's
trying to get after it. Yeah.
That's the exact conclusion I came to.
Yeah.
Is that and it makes sense too. Truth is true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just explained with different vocabularies through different languages, different times.
Right.
But
the whole thing about the way, like Taoists talk about the way, oneness with God and stuff, and trying to think this quote right here. Get my thing together better. Oh, here we go. Like Jesus, he said, the kingdom of God is within you, all around you, yet you not see it. Oh no, this is the Gospel of Thomas, which is, I think that's a Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the kingdom of God is within you, all around you, yet you do not see it. Like what you said about these people, they act like they don't love me, but they don't. They in their jokes or whatnot and ribbing, but actually they do. Just like maybe we don't love ourselves. I mean, we don't see how we're loving ourselves, but in doing the opposite, it's kind of counterproductive. Being kind of confusing right now. Sorry, because I'm geeking off these things. And then Krishna said, "Why should there be a reservoir when there is a flood everywhere?" The Upanishads, right? Abundance everywhere, right? Then the Buddha said, "The way holds all things within itself, like the vastness of the universe. It lacks nothing, and nothing needs to be added to it." And then Lao Tzu said, "The way is complete in itself. All blessings come from it, and it holds nothing back from anyone." The Tao Te Ching. Okay, so I love how oh, thank you, Jack. I love how you give me a donation. I appreciate it. Much love. Congratulations.
I have to admit this. I think I just gave that to myself.
No, I got it. I got it.
Did you?
Unless you want it back.
No. I was hoping to contribute, but okay.
No, you did. You did. It came up on mine.
Okay.
Thank
you. Good.
I think Hank's. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see. Yeah, we got both of those. Appreciate it.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. I was
very generous.
I thought I screwed up. And Hank,
no, you're good.
Click on it, man. I was hoping to open the door, but Hank beat me to it.
He's too quick, man. That Hank is definitely a supporter of you, but sometimes our good friends that can challenge us. And I've seen that with you, with Hank. You guys have hold each other accountable throughout the 10 months I've been watching. Yeah, and so it's like I'm glad. It's great to see you and Hank collab and stuff. Yeah, it's good, dude. But oh my God, what's that? What is this? What's going on here? What's up, Sharon? The chat's on fire, man. Yeah.
No, dude, I'm pretty sure I did it on the wrong friggin' stream, man.
No, it says it's on my shit.
It came up in StreamYard where you saw it.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But I think in the actual YouTube, dude, what a how
well, you're supposed to love yourself, Jack. Yeah. Here, I'll make it. If you ever want to do that again, like I'll make it easy for you. Here, this is awesome right here. This is called Buy Me a Coffee, which which is like it takes 5% off. But the only thing is, you have to kind of like it's not on the the YouTube app or whatever. But anyway, the point is, it's all good, Jack. It's all good. What's that's funny. Yeah. It's self-love, man. Right?
It's an example, dude. Hey, Philip, there we go. Wait. Yes.
You do it again?
No, yeah, now we got you. Now we got the right direction.
Okay, we got it.
There we go.
Yeah. Thank you.
And
so you might even give me 20 because that's 10. It's on mine it shows up, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you too. Hey, you guys are all winners. You guys are all winners, dude. This is my like escape Taiwan in 24-hour fun if I have to. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We're having fun. That's something that you always bring up all the time. I noticed you're like, guys, why can't we just have some fun? You know what I mean? So damn. I mean, you could be serious and still have fun. That's the thing. That's what I think anyway. The ability to hold kind of like two thoughts at once. That may sound schizophrenic, but this world is a trip. You got to use all your tactics and whatnot. So what is that about you and having fun? Where does that come from when you say that?
It's actually what this online experience has reminded me of.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it. I grew up early, real young. It was I grew up early and didn't really have like that fun, innocent childhood, not in my memories at least. And then online, I was always real serious. And there's value in being serious, right? Because you get stuff done and you kind of grow. But I didn't know how to have fun. And so part of my lesson in this self-development path has been learning how to kind of have fun. Yeah. And the more I practice, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Right.
We're children. We're here to learn. And we learn best as we're having fun.
Yeah. It is true. It's true. That's why we have like the whole the Greek tragedies as well as the comedies. They go hand in hand. Right? Because like sometimes the only thing you can do is laugh. Of course, when things are great, but also too when things are tragic somewhat. You know, you can cry and let flush out the tears and the emotion, however, but you got to laugh at this. Right? People I heard some New Agers say like the cosmic giggle. You know, yeah.
I have theories about that. I actually think that this life experience we're sharing, I think it's a joke.
Well,
it's a joke.
It's a joke, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, keep going.
Well, if you go with the idea of an eternal spirit, eternal is infinite. There's no limits to it. So we're immortal beings, right? Eternal spirits who come down here to earth to experience separation and division, ignorance. We come here to experience stupidity.
Yeah, a lot of that. Was that what the 80s was for? The 90s?
Well, if you look at humanity, it's everything, right? It's crime and drama and romance and comedy, and it's everything. But there's an order to it. There's an order to the progression and the development of everything.
Yeah.
And if it's true, right, in the concept of God being love, so the infinite creator, the infinite source of love, creates life for us to love, but we have free will and we choose to love fear more than love. That's how I spent most of my life. Was I had a close relationship with my fears and my angers, but love, man, I didn't have time for that shit.
Yeah. You know, it's weird because I had a very loving mom and like family and stuff, grandma and like, you know, aunts, uncles, but it was like the ground of being was love. Wasn't perfect, of course, but it was love, right? However, the older I got, it seemed like I latched on the little bit of fear that was there, so much so that I increased it when in fact it was actually very minimal. I increased it and it started to be augmented over the love, man. It's just not till like last couple of years, bro, where what you're saying, I'm living it, and it makes life so much more bearable, and not just bearable, but like enjoyable when you focus on that stuff. And I get tested, man, especially being a teacher, and and a dad and all that, husband and friend even, man. This damn panelverse, bro. Before I got online, I never had fights really with quote unquote friends and acquaintances. This shit is wild. It's a dojo.
It's crazy, man. What the online experience, the panelverse, it kind of reminds me of at least the movies of 80s high school, right?
Yes.
That type of attitude. And it makes sense because it's kind of what they are.
It totally is, man. Who are you, Jack?
What's that?
Who are you in the 80s? What motif or what archetype were you in the high school film?
I was kind of the rebel one, the quiet, angry one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The quiet, angry one. You're like Judd Nelson in The Breakfast Club.
That's who came to mind. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
Hey,
I guess I'd be the jock that doesn't hang out with the jocks. That sounds weird, but like, yeah. So you being the rebel, you're the rebel without a cause, or did you have a cause?
I thought I had many causes.
Mm-hmm.
I had many excuses.
Yeah.
Swing it back to what you were saying, that you're living this different than you used to, is what I got, right? You're starting to put some of this back into practice again. And that's why we're here. We are the energies, the new energy sources that are here to transform. Oh, and back to what you were saying, it ties to the topic tonight, right? The similarities of wisdom and messages between between Lao Tzu, the Christ, and all these others, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does tie in that, definitely. Yeah. they're tripping on the curtains. But hey, Jack, did you always believe in God?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I believed in the intelligence of nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I allowed myself to accept that there's something beyond nature. And my parents, man, my mom and stepdad, they were tree hugging hippies, man. Right?
Really? Yeah.
That's why we
Yeah.
lived in the woods, man.
Yeah. So you're like a American Christopher Robin from Winnie the Pooh.
My early years is another crazy story, man.
Yeah. How was it? Because I remember you did say that, like, you're like, I was in the woods, I was, messing around in the woods. Like, how was that, bro? Like living, being like, that's the Tao kind of, observing nature, I assume. Is that what you were up to? Playing and stuff? Yeah.
That was the intention, but I ended up finding loneliness. It's interesting. There's clear patterns to my past and the development of my psychology that I've kind of noticed. As far as where my anger developed and where my ignorance really took over. But this human life, it's a mystery. And I'm pretty sure that the things I've learned and the things I experienced are for something greater, man.
Yeah.
I do want to get, not to direct, but I do hope we're going to get into this Scorpio full moon
yeah.
too, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm hearing a lot of signs, and I know you know things that I sure don't. But I'm hearing a lot of signs that this is, right? There's a shift and a change happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah, a huge shift right now, especially this moon, man. As I was talking to my mentor, one of my mentors earlier, and he was reminding me of the fact that, like, the new moon and the full moon go hand in hand. It's like the new moon is like what you plant, when you can't see the moon, new moon. It's like the seeds, the wishes, the desires that you try to start. And by the time it's the full moon, like a month later, you see if that manifested. Right. So think about what you were doing like a month ago and see like where you're at now. That's a good litmus test to see if you're doing right, what's serving you. Yeah. Because this is what this moon is about. The Scorpio is about, life and death and like really no gray area. It could be seen as very serious, even though we like to play with the energy. Because you have a rising Scorpio. So, me and I have a sun. So it's very similar in terms of that's a big part of our personality. Because that's why I look at astrology. It's just personality. We're looking at our personality on default, But so we're looking at this Scorpio moon, what's serving us and what's not serving and what's not serving us, and trying to, hopefully you can get rid of it, what's not serving you, to make a way for, what's there for you. Have you noticed that, like because a lot of times, like when the full moon's gonna hit, like a couple days before or a week before, if you're really sensitive, you see little glimpses of the theme happening, intense little things and stuff. Yeah. Have you noticed that, like this weekend, for example, there's been like big shifts or epiphanies or even some down moments even. I don't know. Have you noticed anything like that, Jack?
I've been looking, man. Hey, Arpol, yes.
Thank you, Arpol.
Yes. I've been
Praise God.
Right. Praise God, man. I've been looking for patterns, and I've heard what you said from others, right? People have found their way of tuning in, and they can they're sensitive to the energies before they even come forth fully. Myself, dude, I have not figured these things out at all. Not at all. And what you were saying about the connection between the new moon, the old, and the full moon, and the rise of our goals and stuff, I've tried paying attention to that too. But I swear, man, I know there's inner growth happening in ways maybe I could try and articulate, but the external, I've seen no forward progress, man. Not in the ways I've been thinking. So
maybe that's because like your internal, you seem like you've been really committed to and disciplined about looking at inner going inward. So maybe that's why, there's a lot of stuff going on outward. Yeah, one of the questions I would say about this move is ask yourself, are you holding on to anything that's not that you're not serving you? Because I remember you were talking last week in your teachings about surrendering, because but if you're holding on to something, it's hard to surrender, huh? Sometimes, yeah. You can be like tethered to it,
That which we cling to the tightest is the direction we need to cut loose.
Right.
Otherwise, we become destroyed when it disappears.
Yeah.
That's from experience. But you don't have to actually have things out of your life. You just got to mentally prepare yourself to be whole. And then actually this is in the, I think I'm ignoring your question.
That's all good. This is, we got it.
The idea of self-development, doing the inner work, becoming whole in your beingness, in yourself. And that way our responsibilities, right? Our families, our jobs, our duties, those don't become burdens, because if we're whole, we recognize that, hey, this is an opportunity. And when we treat each other as opportunities instead of burdens, man, that's where the love is.
Right. And motivation too, because motivation to love, because it's like, damn, I like this feeling. Like you can't get anything past me. Devil can't get anything past me, because I'm looking at everything as abundance and there to serve me to do good and get better, level up. It's true, because especially someone who's is working on not being so thin-skinned at times, like some people's criticism can help. All criticism, right? Hopefully they're not a jerk about it and have some grace and civilization or civil, but people, even if they don't like you and they give you can learn from it, if they're saying something, because even if it's like 1%, man, that's just another way to tighten your stuff up, trim the fat, as we say, so
some people are some people are just overly generous with their criticism, though.
That's a nice way to put it.
They don't know when to stop, and it reveals their negativity. But what you said, the more I focused on becoming better, right? Trying to see the light and see God in all things, seeing good in all things. Well, I listen and I pay attention, and in my life, maybe it's because of my path and goals, man, the feedback, there is an expectation of perfection that is fact.
You think from others more, or yourself?
It used to be from me, and then I found more compassion from me. I found more compassion for me because others refused to share it. This is where my life gave me a lot of benefit and growth. by detaching from my family and my routine and my career, by breaking free of all those things, I had to rely only on myself.
Right.
So
right.
Happiness requires no others. It's a simple choice.
Yeah. Yeah, because I just heard yesterday the Buddha he named his child because he was married and then just had a child when he left his family to do his eccentric work. Like he named the baby Shackle. It was like the translation was a shackle because he knew it tethered him to,
wow,
I don't know, tethered him to another person, another family. And don't get me wrong, man. Like I love my family and would live for them and die for them and all that in between. However, it's like you're surrendering yourself to them, and that's my choice and I love it. But things are different when you don't have. I remember the times when I was single and it's just me. When you don't have that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to find the motivation and the standards within yourself. That's one of the benefit of having honest people in your life who love you and support you. They'll give you the feedback and say, "Hey, dude, you're slipping up. Let's correct it." Right?
Yeah. That's what a good wife does. I mean, she'll give you love and support, but she keeps you honest as well. Hopefully she doesn't bite your head off like a praying mantis. But that's another story. Oh yeah, speaking of that, Jack, because you said, I remember before you said you were in the military and stuff. When you were in the military, did you travel abroad or have you traveled abroad?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How was that?
It was amazing. It was an amazing experience for me. Taxpayers funded me to spend a couple of years in Germany as a young kid. And then, and then I volunteered and from 18 to 20, I think.
Yeah, that's very young. That's young. 18, we'll call you a kid.
18 to 20. And I didn't want to go back to the US because I wasn't 21 yet. And I'd already developed a pretty regular drinking pattern. So I volunteered to go from Germany to Korea.
Oh shit, you've been to Asia too? What? Look out.
Yeah. I spent a year in Seoul, and then
Seoul, brother.
Yeah, Seoul, Korea. And then somehow when I was stationed at Fort Lewis, I ended up doing some sort of exercise in Japan as well. So I've traveled the world, and I've been blessed to meet amazing people of many different languages, many different cultures, and Mother Earth. God, she's gorgeous everywhere, man.
Yes, she is. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Joel Cool in the chat. What's up, OG? He was saying the other day about on Sunday, went on our broadcast, how like he can just find like the beauty, but because he travels a lot, right? Like the beauty of a sunset or looking at the vista of the Grand Canyon, he'll start just bawling. That's under the water lit emotion, feeling. I as a Cancer sun sign he is, and I feel that as a Scorpio. I know you probably felt like that. That funny clip that Flow State uses, but even though I know you were true though, because I've been there when he goes, the water, the this and that, life is like, I exactly know what you're talking about though. Yeah, I've been there, man. It's a great place because you're right. Mother Earth is beautiful, man. And Mother Earth is beautiful, man. So when you were like stationed away, was there any like romance or relationships or opportunities? I was curious, man, because I'm sure you were like a popular guy under the Leo Act and whatnot.
I think I had the looks, especially when I was young. I didn't have confidence, but I didn't have the confidence, and I also didn't have the respect. But I went through a lot of different women. in my
Julio Iglesias. All the girls I loved before, yeah, for sure.
Here.
Oh, your friend's here. This is very interesting, bro. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we are interesting. I mean, I guess when you can be interesting too. I don't get it. I don't know. Were we supposed to yell at each other and shit? And I don't know. Whatever. But
hey, Joe's question, if I can.
Was it Joe got a question?
He was asking what I did in the service.
Old Joe.
No,
Wait, that's not him.
Joe Cool.
Joe. Too many Joes.
That
old Joe. So what were you doing? Yeah.
It took me a long time to find any pride because I wasn't combat arms or anything glorious. I was actually a paper pusher. I was personnel administration. But my first station was when I enlisted, my bonus was station of choice. So I volunteered for Germany and they put me in a tanker battalion. So while I was administrative in my duties, we still spent half the year in the field in the mud. It was interesting.
Half the field in the mud? Yeah.
Well, I spent a lot of time doing the military exercises.
Yeah.
This entire military operation, it is just it's theatrics and a charade, and it's a deception, and it's a racket. The entire military industrial complex, it's a racket, a criminal racket.
Yeah. And you see it like it goes hand in hand with the prison industrial complex too, because this is like what we were doing with the New Jack City theme. You know, I don't know if you remember that movie, and then that's what I was playing earlier. Yeah. And it goes in with the whole Stevie Wonder, you know, the city, living just enough for the city, because it's this. Yeah, people are caught up in just trying to survive off these institutions. It's these systems that it can be difficult for them to find their purpose. And you know, so
I never recognized the connection between the military and the prison projects, right? Those two things go together. I didn't see the connection to a lot of different things in my past because I was so focused on my economic survival, what I was going to do on the weekend, right? Yeah. What was the ex-wife doing with the kid?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to the greater world. But brother, there's great shifts happening, and life is an adventure created uniquely and specially just for us all.
Yeah, it is. Do you think in terms of like when people say it's a school for the hereafter, you know, for whatever comes next after? I mean, you're a Christian, so I assume you believe in the day of judgment and all that, or is that part of the narrative?
Yes and no. My beliefs are a little different interpretations than many of the churches and the doctrines.
That's refreshing. Especially around here.
I've taken the idea that the words are true, that the stories are true, right? And that there's truth in there. That was the first place. I had to accept there's truth in there. And I'm convinced that the stories are for each of us. They are each of us in different ways. In our lives, we'll experience similar patterns and stuff. But the main one is Jesus. We must. Holy crap. Can I roll for just a minute? Because this is tied to an earlier inspiration I had.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. Okay. I think you may roll one up. Like,
no. Hey. Unpack some thoughts. It has to do with the idea of being reborn and the renewal and overcoming the resurrection of Jesus. It's for us all. I was thinking who we are as people, as men and women, beneath the body or within the body is the unborn and unrealized power of God. Okay, so the unborn, unrealized power of God is absolute potential. That's the true source of who we are. But we're born into form, right? But the scripture says you must die to be reborn. Well, this is the key, is to recognize that you're not the body, you're not the character. You are the unborn, unrealized power of God in infinite potential, here to become realized and to discover what you become.
Sorry about that. I don't know why my internet just went kaput. But yeah, go ahead. You said we're born in.
Yes. So the idea is to sacrifice the self. And this ties back to your question about the day of judgment. I went through my own day of judgment. I had a come to Jesus moment where my mind shifted and I accepted the truth. Holy shit, my happiness and my anger are my responsibility. So when I awoke to the truth, I started realizing more of who I am. And who I am is a child of God, as are we all. And the key to the ascended masters of the past, it's to understand their wisdom. What were they saying and why were they saying it? What was the benefit and the logic behind what they said? That's what I started looking at, man. And the stuff that Jesus said, I started taking it seriously. And it helps with the documentaries and the actors, the movies today. You can kind of get into the picture and see it and hear it. And the idea of the prayer of Jesus, and it's in the words too, right? His prayer was that you and I, all of us, be united with him as he was united with the Father, right? So that we would be united with the Father and him and each other for all time.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. I mean, Jesus said, like, love your neighbor as yourself in the Gospel of Mark and then the parables, right? And then like they would call it correspond with that Krishna, that recognizing what brings pleasure and pain in oneself. The true yogi treats others accordingly. Thus, he desires happiness for everyone and sorrow for no one. And then the Buddha, that seeing himself and others, one who is in a state of higher consciousness, feels passion for all beings and holds only positive thoughts about them. And Lao Tzu said, nothing but good comes to him who loves others as he loves himself.
I don't mean to interrupt, but you were roboting, and I don't know.
I was. My bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's just me. And I loved what I caught you saying, but I want to know what you're saying.
Yeah. I was just reading the whole love your neighbor as yourself with Mark. Yeah. When he was saying that, Jesus was saying that, and then the other teachers were Lao Tzu said, nothing but good comes to him who loves others as he loves himself. And then Buddha, seeing himself in others, one who is in a state of higher consciousness feels compassion for all beings and holds only positive thoughts about them. I love it.
They're all teaching the same thing. They're all pointing in the same direction at the same thing. This is what I claim is my personal development.
Yeah.
When I finally opened my mind to God and I sought to know, I went to the world to understand the creation. So first I went to science and was convinced of God. And then I went to the religions and found what I could learn. And truly following the wisdom of the Buddhas, it brought me to understand truly the love of the Christ and what he was sharing and showing.
It's like you're cross-referencing, you know? Yeah, that's what that's what scientists do, right? This is a laboratory here, one could say, you know, on Earth, and also our own personal spaces that we inhabit. Now, Jack, are there any things that attracted you to Christianity in particular? Yeah.
Dude, it's the last place I wanted to go. That's why I went to science first and philosophy, and then but I tell you what, everything I've learned from the modern age to the other masters, the true messages of masters, it all comes back to Christ.
Right.
And what Christ represented is love, divine love. Love that's willing to sacrifice, not just for our son or our daughter or our wife or our husband, but willing to sacrifice for the truth and the love of the world. The greater world is what I'm focused on, I think.
Yeah.
But that's my role, right? And there was a time in my life where my purpose was devoted to those around me, my son, my family, and such. But we go through these seasons in life where our roles change. In my life, I'm in this role where I'm kind of independent. I'm free of others. So
you kind of sped it up, like with Alan Watts, the teacher Alan Watts, rest in peace, what he said about in Hinduism, the Hindu culture, how one will devote his life to his business and family and building that up. And then what happens is at the second part of life, one will give up that to his sons and daughters, and, you know, and then quietly go off into a life of eccentricism, like, you know, and like more like Taoistic living, you know, and exploring the, you know, the mystery and the beauty of God, you know, not getting knowledge on their own, right? You know, because it's like you've done that, you lived the worldly thing, people raise the family, and then they go out, and then they're doing like the true inner work, you know, because I think part of it is relations with people, and that's what families and friends teach us. But sometimes some of us, I think everyone you'll always have that personal apocalypse. In a sense, it might be when you're middle aged, but it's definitely, if you didn't have it, it's going to be when you pass those moments, you know, because that's everything, right? So my thing is, like, why not get ready for it? Do what you can, and enjoy and have fun while you're doing it.
that's the biggest key.
Yeah, Jack, is there any? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just repeating what you were saying. Enjoy what you're doing. The journey is the key. Right.
Are there any things that turned you that kind of turned you away from Christianity, or things that you tweaked or whatever? You know.
The Christians, they've certainly tested my patience.
That's like it's like when in LA, like when a Crip, you know, the Crips will fight other Crips,
right?
It's like the different sets, as they say.
Dude, it's been interesting. Every one of us is on our own right path, and there's a lot of right that's in the wrong, and there's a lot wrong in the world, right? A lot of corruption and confusion and deception. But I set the goal to be more like Jesus, and my path gave me the opportunity to find a lot of evidence for similarities in the story, in the mission, and the purpose. And anyway, when I started looking at Jesus as far as who he was and who I am, Jesus walk into the synagogue and say, hey, you know these scriptures, well, there's different understandings, and I'm here to let you know what the truth really is. Without being prideful, or, well, it is a little prideful, I guess. I felt that I could walk into many of the churches, and with some of the sermons I've heard, I thought I could offer a little support. The religion, your question, what was it that kind of pushed me away? It was a lot of the doctrine and a lot of the judgmental attitudes that people find with their religions.
Yeah, because there are people who are very devout Christians, yet they know what they believe, and maybe they are very disciplined and have boundaries of what they won't do and will do, like according to their Christianity. However, their love they have for people is amazing. It's like, I get it. People want to hold people accountable for sure, but like, for example, like my father-in-law, the stories I hear about him, like he was one of the most devout Christians. He didn't start off as Christian because his mother was extreme Buddhist, right? And he was a scientist. And I remember the story is like he was going over to grad school in America, in Pittsburgh, and his friend was like, "You need to try Christianity." He's like, "What? You crazy, bro? We're scientists." You know? He's like, whatever, just read this book. And he ended up reading the book, the Bible, and he just became like super deacon, you know? And but with that said, like he seemed like he in his acts, he was so loving that it shines through for not only his family and his daughter, my wife, but his son, my brother-in-law, but also his students, his grad students that are like so fucking amazing, have such great things to say. And they weren't all Christian or whatnot. And this is in Taiwan too, you know what I'm saying? So I think it says a lot when someone's very devout Christian, yet they can still see the underlining like love God's child somebody is, you know. But but then there's people who think otherwise. That's fine, but I don't know. I'm more inclined with the people who are showing like the love, you know. That's a commonality.
That story you shared, brother, that is truly a blessing. And my own path, in my studies of consciousness, what I've learned, you know, as far as energies and consciousness, it makes sense why I experienced what I experienced. But what you described, that amazing example, that amazing inspiration, and you see the effects on that one amazing example. It took me a long time to find some of those, but truly, regardless of religion, it's how someone treats others. It's how do they live, right?
Yeah. It's so true, man. And I really love that loving few. Don't get me wrong. A part of me does respect the fact on the warrior side of me when people are like hardcore, like I'm gonna fucking like fuck you. You're not being what I think a Christian is or a Buddhist, but they ain't gonna be knocked off their square, right? For nobody. But I respect that because that is a modality, and maybe everyone has their mode in life, right? Their wadeen, as they say, right? Their purpose. However, I only can be around those people for so long, and they can't be around me either, too. You know what I mean? So, it's just that, bruh, it's just so much on default. There's so much chaos. Why not try to find some peace of mind, bruh? Yeah.
It starts with us. And I feel as though, what we are doing online, it's influencing it. We're making a difference. Where we go, that's our path. Every one of us. We're all here to make a difference in the lives of each other. And we do. But the insecure mind, the mind that's, caught up in itself, it doesn't see what it's doing. It doesn't see that the care that other people are having, or it doesn't see that the effects of what they are doing or could do. We live in a world of confusion. Fear has been very profitable. I mean, it's manipulation and propaganda, all this nonsense, man. It's been proven to work.
Yeah.
But we've learned a lot collectively. Mankind has learned a lot. And we have the blessings, right? We have the blessings of the ancient wisdom. The people you were referring to earlier, the examples of others in our lives.
Yeah. How do you, Jack, how do you discern the presence of God in your life?
It is that which is true.
Mm.
So as long as I can know anything true, then I know God's plan, I guess.
Yeah.
I look at God. God is that which is real. And what is real is beyond just me, man. It's everything and more, right? So I'm an experience of me. I've had to surrender, dude. I've had to surrender in so many ways, and I've had to surrender so many things, so many people.
Yeah.
But the more I do, the more I realize who I am. And who I am is the spirit of consciousness. I can be within me however I want. I've been paying attention and I know what I want. I want to feel love. And I want to share love. And I want to be with love. And I want to be love. It's truly, that's all we are. Love is what moves us, but our minds, the mind of confusion, doesn't understand. It gets caught up in the negative and all the battles and stuff. I'm taking us way off topic, but that kind of describes
No, this is the core of it. Could you just say what it is? Because that's my question. What's really going on? That's my mantra on this broadcast, and that's what's really going on. Is for sure. I've seen like people I used to like admire. I still admire their thoughts, like Terrence McKenna, Mr. Psychedelic, Mr. Psychedelic Intellectual, you know, Psychonaut. For all his skepticism and intellectualism, the one thing they said when he was dying, his last breath was like, "It's all about love, man." That's what he said before he went, man. Yeah,
he was right.
Yeah,
he's a big inspiration of mine. I don't agree with everything he offered.
Yeah, me either. But he's, yeah.
Well,
he has a lot of different cool things.
Taking us way off. Have you seen the tri-part conversations between?
Oh, the trilogue.
Yeah, the trilogues with
Rupert Sheldrake and the Santa Cruz professor, the mathematician Abrams. Yes,
Abrams.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what got me started on this journey. Psychedelic Salon podcast, Lorenzo, all that stuff. Yeah, those talks are great, huh?
I have hopes that Rupert Sheldrake may be one of the people I get to meet in the future. I'm a fan of his, and his ideas actually support the conclusions I have too. In the spiritual aspect, we are going through this shift, and the shift is going to bring unification. We're going to overcome the divisions and unite together. And when we do that, we're going to do that within academia as well. We'll still have the narrow focuses of the sciences, but we'll have people looking and communicating through various fields.
Yeah, that's why Brother Machine Lies is such a valued asset and this cool dude, bro, in this space that we're in. You know, he definitely that's the first person I think of that I know in my circle of influence, like that fits that spiritual, intellectual, all that. Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah. But Rupert, it's interesting with the whole morphogenetic field. His theory, I love that. Like, because there is something to be said about this quantified space Wi-Fi, human Wi-Fi or something that we all seem to be privy to, especially when you're in a community. You know, yeah. I read the book how owners know when how dogs know when their owners are coming home, that he wrote. It had all those anecdotal evidence about, like, you know, that particular thing, and if you felt it, huh? That type of stuff with people, you know, with nature too, even with the flora and the fauna and whatnot. So, Jack, what is this? Could you share a story of your life that represents like kind of like the essence of who you are? Because you were just talking about, you know, the spiritual nature of things, and you in particular.
I think I've been looking at the patterns of my life, trying to figure it out. In my life, man, I got so many stories.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I think
a Browns boy.
Should I succeed, right? Should God allow me the life of my dreams, then it will make sense. I've been gathering all these stories throughout my life because God created me to be a storyteller. And that's the profession of my dreams. I'd love to be on media and, you know, greater followings, and love to be doing this with an income, right? Getting some actual monetary stuff. But I envision this life forming. I haven't given up on love yet, right? I've had many codependent and unhealthy relationships in the past, but I have faith that God's going to allow me an amazing woman. She's been working on herself her whole life.
Yeah. What is that she's already there? That's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. This is off topic. I get the meme of a guy, red pill meme of the guy saying, like, I wonder what my wife's doing right now. And he's seeking of her, and then it shows his future wife, and she's just getting banged out by some big dude. I'm sorry, but hey, man, that's the case, man. As long as she doesn't do that when she's with you, like with somebody else, it's all good, bro. Everyone has a past, right? Right. But so Jack, this is a segue. What are some of the top 3 qualities in a woman that you're looking for?
Oh, positivity, health, and humor. I think those are my big 3. Okay.
What about physical?
Well, yes, I have.
Well, you like the voluptuous woman, the
actually
the petite or
small and
athletic.
Petite.
Yeah,
small and petite or athletic, but I've tried dating women taller than me, bigger than me. I'm not really into that. It's not for me.
The optics, huh? Yeah. No, that's funny because of, like, I was going your back catalog, your playlist, which I highly recommend. Jack's playlist, the broadcast you were in, is such a variety of different people and shows that I was like, shit, man, I know that some of these people, these are big names and stuff. And like, I remember the one that was like Cynthia G. It was like a dating show or something. That was interesting. That was cool.
Kendra G.
That's a Kendra G. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
I may return if I ever make some progress in my life. You know, I may return to that dating show, but it's not my focus. Like I said, I trust there's a woman out there. I may have met her already, but I may not have. And I know it'll all come together. But my faith is, I have a lot of faith.
That's your priority, because I was like going to ask you. I was going to say, how important is spirituality in your life? Seems like it's like the most important at this point.
It's everything to me. Yeah. Now that I've gained an understanding, now that my mind started opening and I actually accepted, I experienced peace in my heart. dude. Who was it? I can see his face. I can't think of his name. Raja Chowdhury. Have you heard of him?
Yes, I heard of him. Yeah. High powered.
He's a spiritual guru type guy. It was either him or Sadhguru. It was one of the mystics of today that I was listening to. And they talked about their own spiritual experience, how they close their mind and experience bliss and nirvana. And when I first heard that, I knew I'd experienced like a peace inside myself, but this bliss, this nirvana, that was like, what does that mean? I think I've tasted that, right?
Glimpses, huh?
Yes. And so spirituality, now that I've discovered that I don't have to be afraid. I don't even have to be angry. It's a choice that I used to allow myself to make a lot of the time. Well, just like my drinking, I used to make that choice to drink fucking every day, man.
Yeah. That's commendable, man. It's really amazing how you're able to keep that in check. Yeah, proud of you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
I've been tested, and this is what I mean. I was blessed to be a high bottom drunk. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't end up on the streets or anything. But then after I got sober, that's when everyone decided I was no longer worthy of their support.
Interesting. Yeah. It's like you woke up, you're like, whoa, what's going on? And then like, what's going on is everyone's mad at me.
That's exactly what happened. And I didn't understand. It made no sense to me why people I loved wouldn't give me a chance.
Yeah. But do you understand though why? Even though it sucks, and I wish that you probably wish they can.
I understand that they're on their path, and that when God wants us to reunite, we will.
Yeah.
But
I feel like that was my brother. Like, it's like, fuck, man. What I gotta do, you know? It's like, yeah. It's like, why do you hate so much? It's like, let's talk about it. But they're on their path, you know? Like,
they won't communicate.
Nah. Yeah. Little brother too. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it's real life, right? And we can be upset. We can worry about what others will or won't do, or we can learn and grow, right?
Yeah, definitely. On cue. Thank you, Margot. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Yeah, very generous. Let's talk about my brother, and then you were like, yeah.
What I heard, that's unfortunate. The breakdown in communication. That is why we're so divided. That is why we're so confused, because mankind has lost respect for communicating, I guess, collectively, not to point fingers at anyone, but I mean, this is what I've been studying and learning. There's have you come across nonviolent communication?
Yeah, I did. One of my teachers, she did lessons on that at my bachelor's degree. Yeah. You used to work in prisons.
You did? You did?
No, not me. My professor.
Oh, yeah.
And she brought some of those teachings into our cohort. Yeah, good stuff,
dude. Yes. See, so you've been blessed. You've been blessed to discover a lot of tools and wisdom.
Oh yes, yeah.
Man, until 2018, I had no clue how confused and ignorant I was about history, about race, about religion, economics. I was confused about everything, but boy, I had opinions on it all.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have opinions really. I was Mr. like nice guy in the sense that you can say what you want, whatever. I don't really think about that. But then I got the obsessional urge, voracious, appetite to learn all I could about all things, right? But now and then I went through like I know it all type of shit, and then the last couple of years is me being humbled, I think. Yeah. So you said that because I remember before you had said, Jack, that like on Martin Luther King Day you did a great broadcast, one of your many great broadcasts, and it was like you're like, yeah, man. He's like, I may have even like had these like negative views about black people and stuff. He said something like that. I remember. Yeah. And I was like, oh wow. But then you were like praising King, so you've come a long way. Yeah. Yeah.
When I joined the military, I joined the military and went to basic when I was 17. I thought I was racist.
Yeah.
But my first battle buddy, the guy on the top bunk,
yeah,
he was a little black dude from, I think, Indiana, maybe not. He and I became friends, and then my roommate at AIT when I went to Indianapolis for training, Charles Spencer Jr., a young black kid from Chicago, and he was one of the best men. What you just said, actually, that he represented the light of Christ and love and brightness, right? And he was a black man, and I was like, whoa, this is not what I understood. You know? So Charles was one of the first examples of a good young man to me. Started opening my mind quite a bit.
Oh, wow, that's cool, man. Yeah, because I was gonna ask you like what's some of your some people or maybe spiritual role models to you. That sounds like one of them. Charles sounds like one of them, definitely. You know? Yeah. Yeah. You have others along the way?
After him was the young men who probably influenced me the most. He was one of the first, and then James Lomack. He was my buddy in Korea, and he and I stayed in touch until more recently. But there were a few from the military, and then there were some good examples of non-commissioned officers. There were some good leaders that I got to experience.
Yeah.
But the spiritual path for me didn't actually begin until 2018. And then from there, kind of what you mentioned, I had this thirst for knowledge. It was at the end of 2017. I shut off the cable and all the entertainment, and it was nothing but lectures and documentaries and books and anything I could find and learn.
Yeah. That kind of sounds like something that represents who you currently are. You know, you're riding that wave from that thirst right now. Yeah, definitely.
I had to learn to temper myself. I had to learn to, even in the path of learning, I had to learn self-control, right? Because you can't focus completely on learning. You've got to pause and reflect, right? You've got to put things into action. You've got to, practice.
Right. Practice. Yeah. And Margot's saying that your AA sponsored Big Country was an excellent example. What's that about?
He talked the talk.
Okay.
But he clearly had lessons to learn through me. He found some new resentments in his life, despite his role as my AA sponsor. He found some resentments towards me, partly supported by, as I understand, partly supported by conversations with Miss Margot.
Okay, well, this is a good segue then. Do your friendships and closest relationships sustain you in your spiritual walk? Would you say?
Not anymore. I don't actually have any real close relationships anymore. It's been just me since 2018.
Wow.
I'm telling you, dude, my life, it's an interesting story, and I'm telling you, for those who have tuned in, stay tuned, because who knows where it's going to be, but I've been tested. I've been put through the ringer emotionally, spiritually.
Jack, do you think you'll do that more? Like share those stories more? Because I know you do, but like make prioritize more of sharing those narratives, because you just said earlier about how you're a storyteller, and because literally you could make money and stuff here on your monetized and stuff, and like just reminding people to hit the dono, but also tell those stories, because people, you're right, people, because all we are doing is telling narratives back and forth. People love to hear narratives. We can relate. Yeah.
Well, there's the ego within us, right? We go through the motions of learning, but we don't actually pay attention. And that's what I actually see happening a lot on the panels, is people are learning, but they're kind of missing the point. They're missing out on what's actually happening. The whole world is kind of missing out on what's actually happening. Evidence of that is, well, the continuing wars and economic disparity. Those are...
yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Margot's got a chat there. Because you claim that you've never had a conversation with Big Country about me. Well, then one of you is being dishonest, Miss Margot. And this is what I've claimed, is that my sponsor, Big Country, has some issues with honesty. He's not quite as righteous and accurate as he presents himself. So he's a man I cared for, but he chose to lose care for me. That's most of the people in my story, dude. But it's not a tragedy. I truly feel blessed. And if I'm right, well, my path is going to lead me to talk to Donald Trump. And once I talk strategy with Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the other members of Congress, right? We're not going to do it in secrecy. We'll do it in the open. But once we discuss strategy for ending wars and the bankers' monopoly game, man, that's going to open up a lot of doors for me as far as relationships and earning opportunities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus, there's probably going to be movies and speaking tours and speaking engagements. There'd be all sorts of things. I just got to succeed first.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see you though. Like, I guess the way I would see it, like you're a channel already. That fuck it, you can make a movie on your channel too. You can do all those things now, but it's who you know too, especially if you want to reach to the next level. And if you did reach to the next level, what you have when you do talk to these people, what's one thing you would talk to them about, like that you want to change about society?
The dishonesty, the selfishness, and the dishonesty. We have a world that's run run and controlled through fear, because selfishness and lust have not only been enabled, they've been rewarded. It's time for us to start helping each other overcome our own individual selfishness and our own individual lusts. Not just the sexual kind, but the entire profit system. It's all about immediate gratification, right? Got to chase the earnings every single year. It's a bunch of nonsense, man.
Yeah. I hate that feeling, bro, when I don't have money, man. Because it's weird, because I know in the end it's fucking just paper, but then it isn't, and because we're in the society, it's real enough, but it's like it sucks, especially when you have people that depend on you and whatnot. Like, I already proven I can live without, but sometimes I just want to live at the top of the table too, the head of the table too. But in the end, it's like I can be happy with anything, but when you have a family, it's a little different, unless they're on the same page too, I guess. Yeah.
Well, poverty's no joke. That's one of the conversations.
That's what you should hate.
Yeah.
Not people and races, but fucking poverty.
I'm a big supporter of the Poor People's Campaign as well.
That's the MLK, right?
Started by him, but Reverend Barber, he's still continuing leading that. That man, he's another interesting hero in my mind. Shoot, sorry, I lost it.
Oh, you were talking about like the desire, not desires, but like lust, not just money, but just people's
Oh, the poverty, living with poverty. It's what's been conditioned, and this is one of my theories too. I believe that we are the generation, we are the prophesized time. We are here to bring the healing. We're here to interrupt the generational patterns of addiction, of abuse, of poverty. Those are things I've faced. I've faced all of those in my life, and I feel as though I'm pretty overcoming all of them, right?
Yeah, so definitely.
I think my life, honestly, it's just, I'm part of the collective. I'm just an example of what is happening, and people are waking up. People who don't want to, they're looping in these battles and arguments, especially in my life, man, they have no clue what they're missing out on.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's like, dude, just be civil for a second, and maybe you still need to hold on to that for in their narrative or whatever for their growth and to learn. But it's like, can we put that down for a second and like commune? It's like, if not, why don't you just move along?
Well, this is what I'd like to discuss with Donald Trump and Elon Musk and many of these other attorneys and legislators in DC. They don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like to go, to leave one job to go to another job, and then trying to figure out how to arrange transportation for your kids and how you're going to figure out your food and your bills. And they don't have a clue what poverty is like. We can overcome poverty because what I've been learning, part of my development too, I had to face my relationship with money and to realize I was raised with a poverty mindset. Yeah. I had all sorts of stupid ideas about money and people with money. I saw myself as different, but I had to heal my own relationships with money. And I've met several pastors, not only pastors, but other people as well. They've been facing their money relationships. But here's what I want to speak to the people in Congress about. If we're going to use the money system, it needs to be changed. Because the facts, let's go to the facts. Money is a tool. It's a tool dispersed by the corporations and the banks, but money is a tool for survival. If we are going to collectively require every human being to have money for comfort and survival, then we cannot let these asshats keep hoarding wealth. Right? It's time to open up the dams and start paying the workers, start cutting the prices. Let's start bringing some transparency and value into the corporate and governance. I don't know. I think we can. Seriously, brother. And I'm all in. I went through the period with the wife and that didn't work out, but I went through the period with the kid, and I'm still hoping that works out better.
Mm-hmm.
But in 2018, I became dead to the world around me. I found faith, and everyone else took theirs away from me. I was no longer trusted or respected, no longer appreciated. But I'm still the same guy.
Do you think was that like your choice to leave them, or their choice, or they left? Because I was going to ask you, like, what's the toughest decision you ever made?
Letting go, giving up. I had to let go of my son and my friends because they didn't want me around.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I saw that my efforts were causing more confusion and making people more angry, I had to give up.
Mm-hmm.
I had to just try and allow time and then try to find a different idea.
Yeah.
Well, I thought if I found someone on my side, I could help resolve anything, but my path has been to walk alone for a long time. And my efforts have been failing.
Yeah. Are you happy?
Dude, I wake up every day, and it's been since 2018. I've had no income, right? No major income. I just get the little breadcrumbs from the VA disability.
Mm-hmm.
And then the contributions and support from others. But I've had no reliable source of income other than my savings. And but I've had no job, no schedule. Every single day I have failed.
It's like freedom.
Yes, freedom. Right. And a purpose. I don't know how to accomplish it, but I know that every day my purpose is to try to find a way to end wars and to help make a better world. So I focus on the journey, and I enjoy my journey and my day as much as possible, and I try and share joy wherever I go. It doesn't always work, though. I piss off a lot of people, man. I piss off a lot of people.
I guess so, man. That's like you said in the chat. Can we get back to me? It's they go. There's Jack on the panel. He's about, they're not talking about him, so he's gonna leave or whatever. Or I mean, I kind of feel the same way too sometimes. But shit, we got shit to do, bro. Shout out to Hank for the five donations. Very generous. Thank you, Hank. He says, I'm willing to trade, but when I give it away, it's for free. Some cults always pull the rug. If I don't apologize my wife, my lust, nobody would care about it. Okay, Hank. Okay. All right. But yeah, people in the chat are it's very lively. Very lively.
I'm glad.
He's a damn NPC asked a tough question. I
NPC
mean, that's
is
the thing, man.
good.
Like, this is like a just like with the mail stuff. Like, some people were so hurt. They're like, "Why didn't you ask me these tough questions?" I'm like, because these people are the rare people I bring on. They're my friends, and I'm not gonna fucking. First of all, I mean, if I feel moved to ask them a question that's tough, I'm gonna do it, you know. But like,
Yeah,
hey, we're having a conversation, brother, not a straight interview or whatever. Anyway, but yeah. But to each his own, right? Everyone, thank you for your opinions, Joe, and everyone else. Yeah.
there's
Other than the Larry King act, I'm trying to learn who's a Scorpio. Sometimes it's better just to ask questions and talk less than the person you're interviewing,
brother.
or talking to. Yeah.
That's a lesson for life that I've been learning, paying attention to, and trying to grow in.
Yeah.
The power of silence.
Right.
The act of listening. It is so overlooked in our society.
It is. Yeah, it is. 2 ears and one mouth for a reason. What's up, Alexander? That's straight metaphysical sorcerer right here. I love it. He's a good guy, Alexander. Smart man. Dude, what's I gonna say? Oh yeah, okay. I mean, maybe Joe Cole like this line of question. Okay, we're talking about surrender and whatnot, and like things that don't serve us and whatnot. Did you ever think that maybe this I'll say lust, but like this unsatiable want, desire to want to talk to Donald Trump and try to change him? Do you think that maybe you would have to let go, or it's like at this point you're too far in?
I've considered what is best, what is most healthy for me. From my perspective, I honestly believe my best path is all in. Right?
All in, huh?
What I've realized through the experience with my family and my friends, what I've realized is that I control no others. So it's all going to be by God's grace.
Mm-hmm.
So by God's grace and maybe their willingness, as far as I can tell, I've got just as good of a chance of speaking with Donald Trump as I do with my son. I pray to do both, right?
Yeah. I think that's awesome goals.
My son is starting his life. He's doing just fine. As far as I can tell, he's healthy and doing well. He's not in need of me. Now, Donald Trump,
you're monitoring him too. That's good.
What's
You're
that?
Still monitoring. You're still monitoring him. That's good. It reminds me of these narratives where you see the father. It's always like the son might not even know that the father's watching, but like the father's always there. He's just watching from afar and sending love. That's kind of a cool thing, beautiful thing too.
Well, I'm not. He doesn't put a lot publicly, and so I'm not watching much because.
Well, I mean, like more. Let's get it more. Excuse me for interrupting, but like morphogenetically, I'm sure you're always connected. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
yeah.
And this is what I realized. But here's the thing. My son, he's an incredible young man. He was literally, he was one of my best friends. The person I trusted and loved the absolute most, So he's wise, he's compassionate, and I'm sure he's well cared for. His mother and stepfather are, as far as I know, are still there in his corner. So he's fine. But Donald Trump, Donald Trump is missing opportunities. The war in Israel could be done. I know he's doing things, but he doesn't understand the importance. Maybe he doesn't understand the urgency like I do. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I want to help. I want to help Donald Trump avoid future guilt, because that's something I learned in my own path of self-development. The longer it took me to start changing, the more guilty I felt, right? Because I could have changed myself a long time ago. And once I realized I'm responsible for my change, I focus on making those changes. But I don't think Donald Trump understands those things yet.
Yeah. Why do you think? We talked about yes men all around him. That's part of it, but you think it's in deeper? Or that's it? Those distractions? This is distractions, huh?
This is a divine story. As you are and I am, Donald Trump is evidence of today's society. And he just happens to be a very visible example. But there's many, many symptoms of delusions that he's showing. So I actually think in my story, I really do believe that there's a reason behind, there's a purpose behind me and Donald Trump speaking. Because we are just the same. We're both products of this society, both proud Americans who care about this world. But he and I are exact opposites as well.
Yeah. This is like it reminds me of like how I wasn't alive for Kennedy, but I feel his, so once again, like my father-in-law, I feel his power through the people, through his works, through people that loved him so much, and hear their stories and stuff. It's kind of like, I would imagine like a young person or even older being like, I want to help my president because I love my country. And I don't see much different than that what you're doing, except the fact that Donald Trump seems to be a lot more polarizing than President Kennedy, but I still feel that same vibe. Like you want to help us and whatnot. Might as well talk to the gatekeeper. You see the power, Scorpio shit. We see the power in the room, and sometimes, like for me, I want to talk to the owner of the business than the clerk. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be rude to the clerk or the manager, but I'm always fascinated by talking to people who are in positions of power. And shout out to Mr. The Freak. It's been a minute, bro. Thank you for the donation. He has a very kind of you, generous. And I encourage people, if you feel like it, drop a donation right there. The Freak has a comment. He says, "Is the reason people pushed you away, Jack, because you felt compelled to tell everyone about Jesus Christ?"
It actually wasn't. In a few cases, yes, but more so, everyone found an excuse. Some people it was politics, some people it was spirituality, some people it was economics, some people it was just, I don't know. Everyone found a different reason to push me away. And this is what I realized. That's the lesson I had to overcome in myself. I had to overcome my egoic patterns of making excuses and pushing blessings away. I'm actually a blessing. If people, you see it, I'm actually a really decent guy. I got a good sense of humor. I'm kind of bright, I know a lot about a little bit about a lot of different things. And
you're being humble. It's funny. It's almost cringe you saying it because it's like, but it's like not enough people say it. And God damn it, he's a Leo. He needs that. He needs people to speak up. Good things, not just bad things. I mean, bad things are good, and this quote unquote, it helps you hit the blind spot. He's a fucking Leo sun sign, bro. He's the sun that the other planets spin around, bro. It's like, come on, man. He's like a fucking sun with no planets around it.
That's what I became, man.
Yeah.
That's what I became.
It becomes a black hole after a while, man. The sun implodes on itself.
My ex used to call me out on that. Not my ex-wife, but my ex-girlfriend. She called me out on that. But thank you. This though, I think it's part. My life confirms many of the things in the Bible, and this is what I think is happening. I know I'm not alone. I know there's a lot of people who are confirming, and their prophecies and all sorts of many spiritual gifts happening. But my life, I'm really confident it's created to confirm things from the past. There was a specific one I was going to point to, and I lost it.
Yeah. Man.
Well,
I can confuse you even more. But oh, go ahead. You found it? Go ahead.
No, I didn't. But it was a different perspective. Some of the recurring themes of my life.
Yeah.
There's no giving up. There's always a chance to start over, but there's no giving up. Right?
Right. That's death and rebirth, Scorpio. Constantly.
Oh, we were talking about the Leo shining. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
My life confirming some of the ideas of the Bible. When I devoted myself to Christ, to God, to greater, I got tested. Since 2018, the majority of feedback I've had, it's been negative criticism. And for me, dude, I crave, acknowledgement and acceptance. It's in my heart.
Yeah. You see, I mean, it's part of the probably the only thing, if we're using the metaphor the sun wants, is just to be acknowledged. In a sense, like it does so much. That's why so many cultures worship. I wouldn't say they worship the sun, but they worship what it did as a manifestation of God, as a modality of God. But yeah, the sun just wants to be recognized sometimes, in a sense. But and even if it's not, it'll still do what it does, give light and whatnot. But it's just so much nicer. Yeah.
In my mind, I've tried playing with the concepts and tried getting some clarity, but I believe there's a true connection between light, energy, and information, knowledge. Right? There's connections to all those things.
Yeah, you hear it in all the cultures, the spiritual cultures. This light, light beings, light. Children of light, all that stuff, yeah.
And we are. It's from the sun that the elements are formed, and the sun is that creative force that brings forth the life-sustaining energy here on Earth. And so if we are in the mind of God, and if this is an infinite field of consciousness, meaning information and potential energy, what if the sun is actually transmitting the newest energy, light codes, is what I've heard it said elsewhere, right? Transmitting these energies of light and ideas and consciousness, and our bodies tune in. We tune in between the earth and the heavens.
No, I definitely subscribe to that. This is how, communicating literally through the light, 93 million miles away, allegedly, going back, not only coming to us, but also we're giving it back too.
Yes.
It's in the light codes, and if you want to go truth or conspiracy, this could be some of the reasons why this is theories, like why we have the weather, so-called weather modification, trying to flood the sky with chemtrails and get you out of the sun and indoors, scrolling on YouTube and playing Fortnite and all that. But in fact, going outside and playing, and old or young, is one of the best things you can do for yourself. They're healing, not to mention on the spiritual realm, like what's going on. It's amazing. Sun gazing and all that. Yeah. People eat light.
Yeah. There is so much to be learned from the past, the ancient ways, the old traditions and customs. There's a reason they were so connected, because we're united with the present day sun. We're united with the present earth. Sorry, I got trapped.
That's it. Yeah, that's the confirmation. Don Juan, Carl Castaneda's protagonist, he would say like when the tea kettle goes or the siren goes, that's the universe saying or God saying, "Yes, I agree. You're right." Yeah, that's all that was.
There's lots of agreement in this neighborhood.
In the hood, bro. Yeah, I mean, dude, when you live in the hood, man, it's ridiculous. I didn't grow up in the hood per se, but I became a man in the hood. I'll say that years later. And dude, the sirens like the mermaid sirens. You know, it's like it's wild, bro. But it's real. It's real life. It's real life in your face. You know.
Well, what I noticed, and maybe it's just the neighborhood I'm at, but I've got the big city sounds, right? There's choppers that come through once in a while and the sirens. This is kind of a thoroughfare. I mean, it's one of the busier streets.
Yeah, the biggest streets, yeah. I like that word, thoroughfare.
But then, just like when I'm in the country, there's people riding dirt bikes around the city, riding wheelies up and down the street. There's some crazy shit. There's concerts. There was a band concert down at the end of the corner. One of the churches got together, and I mean, it's fun. It's crazy, but it's fun here.
Yeah, it's live. It's like Friday. I don't know if you saw the movie Friday back in the day with Ice Cube, where they just sit on the stoop in South Central Los Angeles one day, and so much stuff happens. And that's the truth, man. The hood, even though it was dangerous living there, never a dull moment, my friend. And I met some really good people too. The people that actually had courage enough to come outside. There's some really good people there, and also some really bad ones too. But it's funny how the rest of the world, the rest of the community, like in the Bay Area, they forgot about Deep East Oakland, and it's just like damn near fucking 30 minutes away, each way, and then they don't even talk about when somebody gets murdered or kidnapped or stuff. It's just sad, bro. It's like another country. They forgot about us over there. You know, it had such a profound effect on me that part of the reasons why I was okay in trying Taiwan and seeing what it was like, because I was like, damn, bro. I wasn't running away, but it was like I want to experience peace. You know, and it is peace here in a lot of ways.
Where was this again?
Deep East Oakland. That's when I got married. I got a place in Deep East Oakland, and it was wild, bro. It was wild. Yeah, gunshots constantly, and yeah.
And yes, there's people. I lived actually a very sheltered life, and I didn't realize how sheltered I was because I thought I was a victim, right? I was overwhelmed with problems, but man, there's people living lives today in communities and neighborhoods and especially overseas, some of these other nations.
You can't even get water.
Holy shit. Living
that's so sad.
Trash heaps, man.
Yeah.
Yes, absence of water. We've got millions of people right now facing famine.
Mm-hmm.
And America is still, obesity epidemic.
Right. Even in the hood, you can still get food and stuff. But however, it's poisonous food. So it's like they may not get you with the famine, but they'll get you with the food desert. I mean, Joe Cool had a great testimony on the broadcast the other day where he was like, I'm paraphrasing, he was like, yeah, man, I just, and one of these days I just need to get out of here. And I respect him in a sense that, like, however people want to say this and that, like, he's actually he's actually helping his community by keeping people accountable. And it's not like necessarily it's kind of dangerous what he does. And but like you said, like the third world poverty of the world is horrible, yet we still get glimpses here too. And people are in their own bubbles that they don't even see that. They don't want to see the third world. They don't even want to see the half an hour away in Deep East Oakland, Chicago, and Seattle, the bad parts. And, it's like, it's wild, man. Yeah.
I'm looking at this city where I'm at here in Baltimore. There's so many shuttered buildings, and I don't know if they've fallen into that disrepair, or is this, if communities work together. I mean, if society was not built for competition and greed, if we actually work together, sharing our tools, sharing our skills, the knowledge, man, communities could work together to restore some of the housing, get people off of the streets, get people into shelter, and then we can start working together to improve everything else. I don't know. I think if you're talking, you're not coming through. Sounded like it was breaking up. I'm hearing like signal may have dropped down for him. Hey, DeFreak, I saw your other question as well. Well, he's getting himself back connected back again. The comment and contribution, thank you. Please tell us the vision. What are you compelled?
We're just too hot for the motherfreaking radio.
There you go. Now we hear you, brother.
I'm saying, like, damn, the freak. Thank you so much for your generosity. He says, please tell us the vision. What are you compelled to do? I think he just said it. If he wants to, yeah.
I'm compelled to be me. Now, who I become, I don't know. But who I am now, I'm a man who's devoted to love.
Well,
so I'm compelled to continue to walk with love, continue my efforts to be a good influence wherever I go. And if I get enough support, I'll get invited to Washington, D.C., and we'll go be a positive influence there on the floor of the Capitol building. That's my dream. Are you there? I don't know if technology or what's going on. Baby girl. But compelled to do what I found, one of the lessons I've learned in my life, I kind of mentioned it earlier. Giving up is not an option. So I compelled myself and convinced myself to continue on. And we've got to be honest with ourselves. Are we going the right direction? Are we getting the results that we want? And I wasn't getting the results I wanted, but I know what's in my heart. And my heart is to be a voice of reason, a voice of encouragement. I want to be a friend, man.
Sorry about that. It's wrong. Yeah, so what do you say? One of the lessons, and I'm going to drop the link in a sec. Is that cool? Or,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so what do you say? One of the lessons you were, Jack, before I rudely, my internet rude. I'm going to blame the internet. That's the only blaming.
Yeah, no. Connections happen. It was pointing out to we don't get to quit, right? Mm-hmm. There's no point in quitting. We got to, as long as we're here, we've got to continue. We get to continue.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that, I'm glad I heard your cat, man. I can't believe I haven't asked you about that. Like, because it's a boy, right? What's his name? A girl. Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry about that. Yeah. Because, like, dude, I didn't even ask you. So, like, there she is. Beautiful cat. Yeah. The blue eyes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Like she's a trooper, man, to travel all the way with you like that. Like,
dude. Yes.
Yeah.
I was
awesome.
concerned.
Scott.
She was amazing for me.
Yeah.
She really was.
Yeah. That's awesome.
King's Catharsis. Thank you.
Kane. Oh yeah, Kane. Beautiful.
Oh, gee, man. Thank you.
Nice to meet you last week with your endeavors, best. Yeah, I like Kane a lot. Yeah. He goes to war too. People be going to war with him sometimes too, man.
I'm trying to remember meeting, but thank you. Sincerely appreciate that. I'm outside of DC. I'm hoping, and I've explored a little bit. I've got the path mapped out in my mind, and I think I've got it figured out. As of the map from where I am to the Capitol building. So I haven't been invited yet or scheduled yet, but I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna find a way to make some connections.
Heck yeah. It's gonna happen, bro. You got me believing. Like,
Thank
I
you.
mean, thank you. You got me into my consciousness, world peace, man. Of course, I wanted that. I think most of us do, who are in touch with our humanity. However, to actually go, like push for it and take steps to do it, that's next level. Yeah.
To believe it's possible.
Yeah.
That really challenges a lot of people's beliefs, willingness. I have theories in that, and it makes sense to me in a spiritual perspective and even a psychological perspective. Because kind of what I said about Donald Trump, trying to help prevent him from feeling guilt about doing things too late. I had to recognize and accept responsibility that I'd made a lot of mistakes in my past. That brought a lot of guilt and shame. And then once I really started thinking about how much I held myself back, well, then I realized that's what everyone else is doing. That's why we've got wars going on. If the Christians were following the message, there would not be wars and depression. It defies the scripture.
Right.
Mention.
It does. It does. You would think almost every religion, but especially Christianity. I don't know, but then people will flip it, right? Because I know I had a friend of mine. He would call it the Bible, the Bi book, because it goes both ways. People can, it's almost like a Zen thing. Like Zen things can go like back and forth. You can look at it this way and that way, but this whole thing about war, because like me watching these war movies, and now they have these video games that are so realistic of D-Day and Vietnam and future wars, that it's like, why are we doing this right now, man? Like, it's fucking stupid. It is stupid.
What came to my mind? Why are we doing that? Spiritual lessons.
Yeah.
We're numbing ourselves. We're numbing ourselves. I did this and I made this mistake with my son. I exposed him to things that were not age appropriate in the media, in the news, ideas like that, right? I thought
I know how that is. Yeah, with my son. Yeah.
But in my life, the media and the media, the things I paid attention to, the news, I devalued life. I devalued humanity. I didn't appreciate things because I saw the violence and the exploitation and, the greed is good, Wolf of Wall Street type ideas that was propaganda in the 80s.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Wolf of Wall Street, yeah. Well, let me put this up real quick. What's up, Noel? How's it going? How's it going?
Jack, are you gonna meet the president? Like when?
As soon as I can, Noel. As soon as I
Like,
can.
when are you gonna do it? Like,
Well, it hasn't yet been scheduled or approved of yet, so I still need to find a way to get it coordinated.
and when are you gonna do that?
I don't know. As soon as I can.
It
But
seems like where is Margot? My mom's and Lou
no.
Fertani's stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Noel, what's up, man? Because this is NPC. How are you?
Good.
I see you in the back,
doing
dude.
good.
I'll get you up in a second. Good. Are you going? You're not gonna porn bomb or anything like that, are you? If I take this down, yeah.
Of course not.
No, because I've heard that you've done that before. So just let me know. I'm asking. So you're serious? You're not gonna do any funny stuff,
Yes.
right? Like that. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Because if you don't want to deal with a person like me.
I think Noel can be honest. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh, it's
Good.
Ham Banana.
Hello,
What's up,
Ham
man?
Banana.
I heard
How
of you.
was your day
I see you,
today?
the legend. Huh? You're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is this
Can't hear
Noel
you.
fan? Ham Banana. What's up? You can't talk. Cat got your tongue.
He may have had a technical.
Oh, yeah. Who is this Noel fan?
Noel, me.
There's somebody named
am
Noel.
a person
You got
on
fans now.
YouTube.
No, you
Yes.
got. No, I know. I remember you. You've been subscribed to my channel. This is somebody named Noel fan. What's up, Noel fan?
Noel.
What's going on? Who is this? Hello.
Hello.
Who is
Can
this
I
Noel fan?
Can I
Who
show
are
my
you?
nipples?
Who are you?
Of course not.
Can I
are
show
you?
my nipples?
Yeah. Bye. See you later. You're weird,
No.
dog.
That's
Kick
weird.
the baby.
He's weird.
Yeah. Damn.
People are
Let me put this down.
fascinating.
I guess they are, huh? Yeah.
Oh, did that fix it?
What's up, Ham Banana?
Did that fix it or no?
Ham Banana.
Yeah.
I knew the
Can you
joint.
guys hear me now or no?
It's kind of low, Ham Banana. You got a dynamic mic though, right? It's
Yeah,
not. It's not.
something up with
It's
it.
not hooked up.
Oh, that's Tupac. Oh, crap. I know him.
Okay, Noel.
Damn.
Anyway. All right. What's up, man?
Can you hear this one?
Yeah, a little better. It's a little better. Yeah.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah. Hey, man. Nice to meet you. I've seen you many times on Jack, and like sometimes I want to digitally punch you, and other times you have me rolling out my seat. You're funny, dude.
That's how I feel about Jack sometimes. Sometimes I want to just punch him.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you got? What do you got, Angel?
Well, I guess I'm mostly like my critiques with Jack is that he's fucking lazy
Mhm.
and he's all talk, you know? I'm pretty sure a lot of people are saying that tonight, that Jack's lazy and he's all talk, you know?
I mean, he does have a broadcast where you talk, so
Yeah,
I
but
can see why you might say that.
He keeps saying he's gonna end wars and stuff, but he
Uh-huh.
doesn't. He keeps saying he's Christian and he's not. He keeps saying all these like making these claims that he's the chosen Messiah and he's obviously not. You know?
Yeah. Why do you care so much?
Because
What he
I'm a
does and what doesn't?
Christian- Because I'm a Christian and it offends my faith when people.
Can you fix your mic, please?
I'll boost you up.
the
You barely
criti-
hear him, huh?
Yeah, I could barely hear the criticism.
He said you're lazy. You don't do what you said. You haven't ended world peace. Now I'm using my word. You're a bad Christian. You don't do his type of Christianity, I guess. That was the contention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not like me. He makes sure to show that he's not like me. But he's shown that he cares about opinions.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned that already. There's lots of people confirming his ideas.
Yeah.
So he feels justified by that.
That's pretty harsh to say lazy. Well, I can say that. I kind of like what did I say? I remember we were talking. I was a bit frank with you privately because I try not to do that, especially with friends, like on public forums. But I guess not everyone's a friend. But anyway, like, yeah, I see laziness in me, and then I can see where certain things may be seen as lazy with you, I guess, because you show yourself so much. Because if you show yourself a lot, I'm sure there's. But I don't put much thought in it to like think about it so much. So that's why I can't really put my finger on it. So, Hambanana, where is he lazy? Hambanana. I guess he's not lazy. Not saying nothing.
It's because I haven't got a job. That's what people.
I see. Because you're not a wage slave,
right? My critics want to ignore my explanations, and they want to find things that they see me doing wrong because it makes them feel better. See, I would bet money that I accomplished more. You know what? Let me not be boastful. I was going to do a comparison, but I'm confident that I live a very
I'll do that
life. Hand banana and
yeah, Hand Banana, you got together, man, because I want to hear what you have to say. What's up, man? Oh, he's in the back. So he said something. He said, "Oh, audio issues." Damn. Well, okay. Please, hope you can get that together.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I can see that because I have a job. Buddha has a job. And yeah, you don't have a job, but you're still able to take care of yourself, right? Obviously, yeah. And word on the street is this might be just lore or mythology. According to some people, they say Jack has hundreds of thousands stashed away. So if that's true, I mean, yeah, good for you. But either way, it seems like you're able to take care of yourself. Shit's not free, so.
Well,
I don't know, man.
I used to have hundreds of thousands stashed away. I put away part of my paycheck the whole time I worked at the Postal Service. Right? I put towards my retirement fund. So I saved and I did the right things. And financially, I'm still secure. I can still provide for myself. I haven't gone to any state or organization for aid. Well, there was one exception. The power.
Did you get a Planned Parenthood?
Power company.
I was kidding. Power company. Okay. Gotta get those condoms. No, but power company. Yeah, take advantage for sure. I mean, you're a vet, man.
Well, that too.
You can.
Dude, I got ignored by every organization. I tried so hard to succeed. And here's something else.
Yeah.
I know if given the opportunity, I will grow into an excellent life coach. So far, I don't have much experience, right? The only client has been me.
Yeah. Well, that answers real quick Joe Cool's question. Then he said, "What?" Because he said Trump is a broken person. What makes you? Have you ever helped a broken person? Hey, you helped yourself. There you go.
That's why I think I'm here.
And then they'll go, besides yourself, Jack. Well, I'm sure whoever has your first official client will be a broken person at one point. So anyway,
I've been hello. Have you seen my guests?
There you go. Dude, I'm not used to that. That's why when he came up here, I don't know. Maybe he's I hope he's. I don't think he's lying, but like, hopefully he didn't get like scared or something because I was ready to be like, okay, explain yourself, man. Jack does his show one way. I do my show, and my way is the Scorpio way. Sergeant of Arms. Sometimes, get to the point. What's up, man? Where's the receipts and shit? Okay. And if that's the case, even if you were lazy, I don't understand why that's so important to him. Now I can see if he was like your good friend or something. Yeah, I'd be like, get off your fucking ass, man. But if you're just a detractor, what?
That's it.
You're lucky you're not a block party. Like most of the homies that I grew up with online and stuff, we'll just block your ass like the Kembe Mutombo. Block, 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 block. Yeah, man. I had no worries on that, but that was a weird experience. But he is a weird guy.
I attract that type.
Yeah,
I do. In my opinion, it's a young man who lacks clear purpose in his life, who wants to be insulting and diminishing to someone who does have clear purpose in his life. I found many critics like that. And it used to really piss me off because I don't like being disrespected. I know the type of man I am.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. That's one thing. I mean, you could take a lot of shite, but to be disrespectful is like, come on, that's all we have. My best friend for years is Brian the Leo, the Marine. And that's the one thing he feels like it's his duty to right wrong for God, especially if you disrespect him. Now that's got him arrested. It's got him broken people's bones and giving them concussions, but that's just the way he is, man. And some people are lucky that this is just online, because yeah, man, it can get ugly. And I see how you handle shit with grace, but and then people trip out and go, he's getting angry. The damn right he's angry sometimes.
Right?
Like, yeah.
This is what's so funny.
God gets angry, dog. I'm not saying you're God, but like,
right.
Read the Old Testament, my friend.
It's been inexcusable and unacceptable for me to get angry with some of these people. But you said something else I wanted to hit back on.
Okay. Wait, oh, you didn't have world peace. You didn't achieve world peace yet. That was one of them. I don't know if that was
it's
something else.
Yeah. This life is a learning experience. Oh, something about the Leo, I think. Fighting for justice. Okay. That's the lesson I've had.
That's it. Yeah, Brian the Leo, my friend. He needs to right wrongs, that unjust shit.
This is what I've been learning. A lesson I've been faced with is surrendering my battles. Because I love to engage, man. I love to fucking fight. That's how I grew up, right? Fighting. That's how people showed they love each other in my house. You fucking fight with each other.
That's how they showed love. To remind you you're still alive.
Yeah.
They ignore you usually.
Yeah.
Not when they're fighting it.
That's what's funny is in my family, in my life, people who love each other, they yell at each other. They swear at each other. Hell, sometimes at least when I was growing up, they even punched each other,
Damn.
But when I yelled at people, apparently it was too much for them to accept. So I've been learning how to stop fighting, stop myself from fighting.
Yeah.
And truly, I do believe in justice, but I believe in peace priority, because without peace, how is there justice?
Yeah. Peace makes the space for parameters for justice.
There we go.
Yeah. You need rules to the game in order for the game to be played. And boundaries and whatnot. Yeah.
But learning how to fight, I've been learning lessons on the truth as well. The truth, we don't need to fight over what is true. The truth must be offered, shared, and presented in a way that it can be accepted. But this arguing, the stuff we do online, man, it's just a lot of the debates and stuff. It's just mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, but you know what?
What? Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was gonna say, in your whole time on streaming, live streaming, what is the biggest takeaway that keeps you streaming though? Even through all that.
The first thought was the people.
Mm-hmm. Like this man, real quick. I gotta bring him up. Yeah, our brother, the machine lies, the people.
Absolutely.
What's up, big dog?
Yeah, blessings.
Blessing, man.
Greetings and welcome.
Yeah.
People like that, man. And like you, NPC, you know?
Thank you.
These people are what drives me. And then the second answer that came up is also true. I keep doing the online thing because I haven't found better options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have faith it's all going to come together. We're part of some amazing story. The tales that will be told by the time we are done.
Yeah, exactly. Because these are interesting times we're living in right now. It's just we're in the middle of it. It's hard to. It can be difficult to see through the forest, as they say, right? Like, but this is uncharted waters, especially like what all three of us represent in our own unique way. You know, but what's the commonality? I guess the truth, in my opinion,
and love.
We love God. We love, yeah. We also faith. Love. Yeah.
And through those, that's where the moral character shines. Yeah. And I think that's what's strong there too.
Yeah. And I'll ask this to Machine Lies after maybe Machine can answer this one after you do give your take, Jack. So we just said about like what's the biggest takeaway that keeps you streaming, but what about, is there any reason to make you want to quit streaming?
Yeah. It's been frustrating as hell. I've been publicly mocked and ridiculed. And yeah, I don't know. I'm all in though. Why do you keep going, Machine Lies?
I think the number one I think the number one reason is the 400. You can't pay it back. So you have to just keep on recording. You know what I mean? So it may be a trivial reason, but I think the number one reason is it's a yearly subscription. so there's no backing out. Yeah, so there's no backing out. Yeah, and then I'm not exactly a video editor. So there's no way for me to procure videos other than to turn the StreamYard on and then to talk into the microphone, because it's very easy, right? Because the video is created through the StreamYard, right? So it's a very sort of trivial reason. It may not sound very attractive, right? But on the other end, I don't feel like there's a show or the capacity to have the kind of conversations on a regular basis, because as you may or may not know, we collude with several minds, and they're rather astute minds, like, for example, Unseen Warfare and Annapurna, and Neurojack and some of these other commentators, and I don't regularly get to collude or hear their commentary unless we turn the computer on. So I mean, we can't just do that in the Discord, and it's just as good if we do it in the Discord by ourselves than if we have an audience. So it really doesn't matter if I bring the audience into the conversation, right? Or if it's just me and my friends talking. It's really the same conversation, but on the whole, I think that, like, for example, reading a lul and then commentating on a lul and then 20 people watching that commentary, right? I think that's rather rare to have that kind of a connection with other people, especially because or at least I've never seen a book length breakdown, of like a book where they have commentary included in the breakdown. I think there should be more of that, because we have the ability to read and break down and commentate on books, and read out our marginal rejoinders in the books that we read. And I think it could inspire many conversations, although I don't see that happening. Usually it's a drama show or a debate show, and I think those are manufactured personally, but I mean, but you know, but I try to stay away from the manufactured content because it will rot your brain, as they say. You know.
Oh my god, that reminds me, dude. I got one of the topics for one of our next collabs: Italian brain rot machine. That's a new thing now.
Yeah. Yeah, today I started a show. I said I'll just start reading Nietzsche. So we'll just start reading Nietzsche.
Oh, yeah, I was listening. I love
else.
that. I love that. That was great. Yeah. Yeah. My thing is like what you had on the last week or this weekend when you were talking about John Lilly, which I thought I knew a little bit about him, but I was like, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
about
we got
the
into
whole,
a lot.
Yeah, like about the whole this sentientness to the machine consciousness. Evil almost seemed like that he was talking about. I was like, woo.
Yeah.
It sounds like a science fiction version of what the Bible talks about.
Yeah, it's like demiurgic influence of the machine that he's sort of going into. Yeah, very solid references there. Yeah,
yeah.
That's an OG documentary on YouTube. I think that channel got taken down, but I refound that documentary. That's such a great documentary.
You found it again. I was gonna DM you, say like, you drop the link or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll send it to you. Oh yeah, it's called Solid State Documentary. John C. Lilly. Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. No, Jack, since we're gonna go there, like, what are the because Machine is a music guy. He produces music. He plays on his show, and he has a good taste. What about your music? Like, who's some of your favorite artists and songs?
There's a real variety. I'm open to a lot of different ones, but the last couple of years, my favorites have been Grizz and Marlon Craft. Marlon Craft and Low Key. Those are kind of R&B rap a little bit. Grizz is he's got a funk and his real variety to their stuff. But
yeah,
growing up, here, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Growing up, what was that? That's what I want to know that one too.
My involvement and my connection to media, whether it's actors, sports, music, I've never had that big connection. I appreciate all the things, but as far as knowing who people are or who's popular, I don't usually know.
Yeah, not too much of a movie guy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah. That's one thing I did growing up is like programmed in my mind movies because didn't have much money, but mom would always take me to the Century Theaters right next to the Winchester Mystery House, and every Saturdays and watch movies. And I'm into this whole narrative theory and the fact that like our lives are narratives. One continuous narrative, and then when we share, it's like we're meta narrative, what we're doing now, and I just think that's so fascinating. That's why I love movies and reading novels and stuff like that, even biographies too. That's why Machine got me onto Uncle Teddy. Like I always knew who he was, but like reading his book and giving commentary on it, Machine really like opened up another chamber for me. I love movies, and right now I'm into music wise, like classical music, and of course hip hop, but I definitely like psychedelic rock from the 60s and 70s, but also too I'm gonna keep going. I like all types, like 70s fucking like easy listening, good too. But Machine, what's your favorite movie? Favorite movies?
I think it'd be really hard to pick. Probably maybe Walt Disney Alice in Wonderland or something like that. Something on that level, or maybe like yeah, I think that one really resonates with me because I saw it when I was a really small kid. So You know, and I remember the Cheshire Cat. That Cheshire Cat was a really interesting character for me, right? So I really thought, I thought that was for me. It couldn't get any better than that guy. You know, so
you kind of look like it in my intro when you're smiling at Andrew Wilson. big smile.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, yeah. Why the Cheshire Cat? He reminds me of the Cosmic Cat from the '80s cartoon Dr. Snuggles. Why did that resonate with you?
Yeah, I just thought that
aesthetics.
Yeah, not only the aesthetics, but that one line where she's lost, and you know she doesn't know where to go, and you know he says if you don't know where to go, then it doesn't matter. You know, any road will take you there. And then right before he just disappears.
That sounds Talcadian.
Yeah. Then he goes all roads are the queen roads.
Yeah.
You know, like it doesn't matter what road you're on, you know, like she owns all the roads. So,
right.
So yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, so I really thought that was an interesting line, right? And I really, you know, I kind of, yeah, you know, it's interesting. You know, it kind of, but I mean, it reminds me of this right to travel situation as well. You know? It's like all roads are the Queen's roads. So, you know what I mean?
There you go. Yeah,
it's interesting.
That's interesting because it's like that surprises me. Machine said that. I was thinking, like, of course, like you can say quintessential Matrix and all that, but that surprised me. But it doesn't surprise me the more I get to know him like that. So that's cool, man. We got Hand Banana back. Maybe we can ask him what his favorite movie is. Hand Banana.
Hand bandana.
It's still not working. Hold on.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Finally.
Yeah, you can hear you, man. You've been working at it, man.
Hand
Banana, what's your favorite?
I fucking went on like a whole 15-minute thing of fucking trying to fix it. It was echo cancellation.
I gotta ask you.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Ahead,
Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. That's a great movie.
The Fantasia one or whatever.
Oh, Fantasia. Yeah.
Was that what it was called?
I never saw that one, but you're talking about with Mickey Mouse where he's a wizard?
No,
yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna say, Michelle.
I thought you were talking about the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie.
Oh.
No, he was talking about Alice in Wonderland, and then that's why I thought you brought up Fantasia.
No, because Hand Banana is a character from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
That's right.
Yep.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
I remember that.
That's why I based my persona off of for YouTube.
Yeah, that's a funny show.
That's how I like
Carl.
Yeah, like
Jack's and Carl, man.
Jack's Sparrow, and I'm Hand Banana.
Yeah, I think
I thought that was some type of keto
stuff. Yeah. Well, he's graping Meatwad. So he's
Wait, what? No,
but it's also an imaginary
Carl.
character.
He doesn't grape Meatwad. He grapes
Right.
Carl.
Is it Carl? But it's Meatwad that imagines him, right?
Meatwad and Frylock make him in Carl's pool with some DNA making machine. So he's a real creature, and he really does rape Carl.
Well, you can't say the R word. You gotta say grape.
Oh, sorry.
Let's get back to the negativity, Hand Banana. No, I was kidding.
Okay.
No, what's
Jack's
I'm saying not negativity, but what did you have? You got cut off when you were sorry to interrupt, Machine, but Hand Banana was putting in the ones and twos.
Oh, I was just telling Jack he needs to go do what he says he's gonna do.
Is it? Yeah. I think he's not that he needs to be speak for him, but isn't he doing that? He's actually in DC.
I know he is doing it though.
What did he say he was gonna do? Go talk to politicians, go make connections, and go. He didn't say I'm gonna go drive to DC and just sit there and grift for fucking.
No, but that could be the same.
Grift. I never even seen him make a fucking donate super chat.
Yeah, I think
me and Flo State are mad at him for not grifting more.
Yeah, I personally think grifting is a little different because if you see the level of grift that's out there, you know, you got to
asking for a donation is not a grift.
He's
by the
no
way.
Chili de Castro. He's not Chili, you know.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with that. Yeah, Chili guy.
So, Jack, have you made connections to address that point?
I've been reaching out, making phone calls, sending emails. I've gone out and about. I went into DC to try and connect with an event when I thought there was something going on. So I'm pursuing the ideas that I find. But here, there's Something I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, Banana, keep it copacetic in the chat, please. I know you're defending yourself, but no cursing like that.
I was just firing back.
Appreciate
so no
it,
cuss words at all? Dang. All right. I was gonna see.
Just
I would
cuss
normally
words.
have said like, damn there, but I toned it down to damn.
I see that.
I'm gonna do hokily dokilies.
Yeah. Your father, right? Because this channel is part of it is for my son as a record when he gets older. But I think that's a commonality we have. I heard that you have a child, Hunt Banana, right?
You cut out when you were talking, or at least I'm.
Do you have a child? I think that's a commonality we have.
I have somebody's child.
Oh, so you're not a father, okay?
I have a couple people's kids actually.
Can I offer?
Hey, Jack.
Hand Banana reminded me of that quote from Theodore Roosevelt, "The Man in the Arena." You guys remember that? You familiar with that quote?
Can you refresh my memory? I've heard of it. I think.
Yeah. This is one I used to have. I have had it printed out and on the cubicle wall for the union. When I was a shop steward, I used this as motivation for me, and it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Bam. In the arena.
So who said that?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah.
See that guy from those movies?
Come on, bro. Show some respect. That's one of the greatest presidents of all
Teddy
time.
Roosevelt. That's the president.
Yeah.
That's the prez.
Oh, he's that guy that played the president.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. No, he's Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, I don't know. Didn't one of them like die and the wife was like the president the whole time or something?
Nah, bro.
No,
just know he has some clout. Yeah,
hold on. There was never a wife president. That's
but the guy was basically Joe Biden, where he was just out of commission and somebody was pulling the strings for him before Joe Biden.
What is this? Debate machine. What is this when you try to divert the conversation away from the actual content that a point Jack was trying to make? Did you hear any of the words that he was sharing?
Yeah, he took a quote
what
from
did you think?
some old president guy, and he's like, "Yeah, that's you, Banana. That's you." That's what I think about it.
No, I don't think so.
I didn't really take the words.
Misread it.
I didn't take his words into consideration. What I considered is the fact that he found something and directed it at me, and then was like, "That's you." But
I don't think it was necessarily. I don't think it was necessarily directed at you at all, though.
No.
He said
he talking about himself. Actually,
he said, "Hey, this banana made me think of this quote."
Banana,
literally what he said when we started.
You reminded me of that quote. You portray the critic described there, and I actually portray. See, you don't listen to me, and that's why you don't have.
I'm not your fucking son. Why would I listen to you? I'm not your fucking son. Your son don't even listen to you because you beat up his mom.
That's irrelevant. That's a lie.
Very relevant.
Wait, hold on. What? This guy's crazy.
Right. This guy's fucking nuts.
This guy's fucking nuts.
Okay, why does your son not talk to you, Jack? Why does he not talk to you?
Let's
wait, hold on.
back.
Wait, hold on. Let's go back a little
with
bit.
his mother, isn't
Let's
that
go back a
correct,
little
Jack?
bit. Wait, how do you know about his relationship?
Because he
with
told us. He told us on his live stream.
I've never made
said.
the claim
I've watched
you
a lot of
just
his.
said. You're a liar, Banana.
So what did you say? You
wait. Before you go there, I have Banana.
you do
Hold your
then?
question for a second. Everyone, can you please respect real quick? Hold on. Now you said, why should I listen to you, Jack? You're not my son. Here's the thing, bro. In this forum right here, if somebody's gonna talk, you gotta listen to him, bro, or you shouldn't even be here. Now,
well, let's go
why
back
are you
to
here
the
if you're not
line.
gonna?
Because the
Yeah.
dude just made up some
Well,
shit.
I mean, we just
on
had
a
a
pin.
long ass conversation. Obviously, I'm listening to the parts that are relevant to the conversation, not his nonsense about fucking Theodore Roosevelt.
I'm going with your words. You said I don't have to listen to you, so why even be here?
I don't have to.
First you said you were like his son or some shit, and then you were like,
what?
And then you insinuated that he beat
that.
his wife or something. I don't understand.
He did. Well,
that's where I got totally confused. That's where I was like, what
That's
the fuck
why
are
his
you?
wife left him, cheated
No,
on him, and that's
you're
why
a
his
liar.
why
Wait, you're a liar.
You explain it then. You explain.
No, here, let's come back to you and your inappropriate behavior right here and now.
Let's just turn it around. Yeah.
No, let me call you out.
This is one of those gay dudes that's like a tabloid on the internet or whatever.
Somebody called him a cross-dresser or something like that.
I think that's what it is. It's one of those like gay dudes that's a drama farm or whatever.
He's in his
the wrist with the wrist action.
He's in his ego. He's been one of the belligerent ones online. I'd actually love a chance to help him wake the hell up, because
she has balls to come up here though.
What do you want me to do, Jack?
I'd love for you to listen. Okay.
Tell me.
So
crack an egg of knowledge on me. I'm waiting. Crack an egg.
Okay.
Come
on. Back to your comment, right? First of all, let me clarify the record. I did not beat my wife. So I'd actually appreciate you correcting the record for yourself. Unless you have evidence to the contrary, you should realize that you are acting as a false witness and you are creating more confusion and false narratives about me, an innocent man.
Why is your son afraid of you, and why won't he
Let's
talk
come
to you?
back.
Wait. We want you to address you. Wait, we got to clear this up because that's a very, excuse me, sir. That's a very bold accusation you're making on another man that he beats his wife. Now, are you going to apologize? Because that's not true.
Why do you think it's not true? Because Jack said
He
it
just told
wasn't
you it's
true?
not.
Oh, so that means it's not true when the
But wait. Earlier you
and
said that he
attested
said
to
it. But wait, earlier you said he said it on his
He
panel.
said he
or
was
something.
smashing walls and fucking going mad in the
But
house.
wait,
and that his
you
son-
said
he was
no,
gonna
but
kill
you
his
said
girlfriend. He said
You
he was
are
gonna kill
so
her, and that's why your
confused.
son's afraid of you because you were gonna kill her.
Banana.
But you said
you're
something different. You said something
Yeah,
different earlier.
he was beating the shit out of her. That's what he does.
Banana, you are confused. And if you shut your mouth more often,
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, he's trying to talk over people because he got caught lying. Because
Well, you know
essentially
what?
he's trying to talk really loud because essentially
Prove
he
I'm
said
lying. Prove I'm lying.
no, you just now lied because you said earlier that he said it and then you said that he
did.
alluded to it and then later you said he only alluded to it. So you
He
never
definitely-
so
he said he
your
was gonna
claim
kill
shifted.
her.
Okay.
See, now you're talking
Okay,
again.
guys.
He
Your
told
claim
her-
shifted.
He told
Your
her
claim
he
shifted
was
in the
going to
very
kill her
same time
while
you
bashing
insinuated
all
that.
the
See, he
walls.
keeps talking over me. See,
Chill
see,
out,
this-
Banana. Hold
this
on.
dude can't
Hold on.
chill.
Machine's going to go, then Jack's
This
going to go.
dude
Then
can't
if you,
chill
have,
for a fucking
if you want to
second.
say something, go ahead, bro.
You can't chill for a second. The thing is
Yeah.
that he accused him of saying it earlier, and then he said, and then later he said he only insinuated it. That's all I want to say. So you changed the claim within the very same, when you said he said it, and then you said he only alluded to it later. So you shifted. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can just ask Jack. How many times have you hit your wife? Well,
No,
your ex-wife. Ask
Well,
him. Just ask him. It's a direct.
Let Jack respond real quick. Go ahead. Not real quick. Take your time, man. Excuse me, Machine.
yeah, actually, the amount of disrespect from this irrelevant clown, Banana, wanting to come forth and make these false claims about me. Let me answer your question clearly. How many times did I hit my ex-wife? 0. Because I don't do that shit. I don't put up with that shit. I grew up watching it my whole childhood. So fuck you for your ignorance.
Your dad and mom used to fight?
None of your fucking business.
You just said it. I just wanted to clarify.
Take that as yes. You understand accurately. Okay?
Yeah.
So how about
who
this?
was the,
Back
abuser?
to you.
Hold on, Banana.
Let me calm down. Because
Okay.
I really
I
want
have
to
a
get
question.
back to you.
Okay.
No, hold on,
I'll
Banana.
wait,
I'm
I'll
after
wait,
Jack.
I'll wait. All right.
What you don't realize is the amount of disrespect you're offering to me is preventing you from learning. Okay?
I don't agree with that.
You don't know what you're disagreeing with. You're just creating these patterns of disagreement. You're trapped in your ego. What you witnessed and called out, Machine Lies, moving the goalpost, the exaggerations, the false claims. It's the evasive, insecure ego.
But we learned something about you, Jack.
No, why don't you learn from me?
That's good.
Oh, okay. Now, Ham Banana, I was just wondering, we had like a 2 hour and 30-minute conversation that's pretty positive. There was a little bit, some difficult questions, a little bit, but mostly positive, like men talking and positive, right? But why do you feel that you, when people are being kind to each other, that you have to come up here and make these accusations and true or untrue or whatever you think? But why do you have to disrupt that shit?
I didn't.
What's your motivation here?
Well, you asked me what I had, and I just gave you what I had. And you know,
Okay.
if you guys are just chilling, talking, I don't mind chilling and talking about where you're talking about. I
That's
know,
what that's what we're doing, man.
The first thing you said you wanted to ask me was what was my favorite movie.
Well, I'm not about the first time you came up here. That's what I meant, man. Because it was like right out the box, you're all this pushback, like he's this and that.
Oh yeah,
and this.
I thought you were
So that,
asking
because
about mine and
the
Jack's
first like
stuff.
we were speaking, it was pretty positive, man. So that's one of your motivation.
Well, are you guys Christians? You know, like that's kind of my thing. I'm a Christian. Do you guys like talking about religion?
You
asked you a question though. You're asking me a question. Hold on, guys. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Like, why did you feel like you have to come up here and cause I guess chaos, bro?
I didn't feel like I had to. I mean, I just, you know, did it, I guess. It didn't.
Oh yeah,
like
when I see that means that there might be some type of parasite on you, like energy parasite that you can't even control. So that makes sense, maybe.
Oh, maybe
that makes sense.
Know?
Yeah,
I might have the Houdini spirit or whatever it's called, the Sheeny spirit. What's it called?
Yeah. Personally, I'm not really impressed with like people saying they're Christians and stuff like that. Like I don't know why that should matter at all. I mean, you know, like why does that matter? Like what type of Christian are you?
Just
like, what does it
if
matter?
you wanted to talk about Christianity.
Yeah, but what type of Christian are you?
The kind that believes in Christ. That's what Christians.
What type of Christian are you?
Christians believe in Christ. That's what.
What church do you go to?
Christians believe in Christ, sir.
What?
Here, can I please?
What religion are you, Machine Lies? Since you asked me like 9 times.
Hey,
what?
Shut the fuck up, Jack. Grown men are talking.
Hey, yo. We're not the guest of honor, bro. We're not talking like that.
No, wait. He talked about Christianity.
I know, but bro, show some decor, man.
I forgot.
Dude,
I forgot about.
Dude, I teach their children and high schoolers, and they have a little bit more decorum than you, bro. It's just respect, bro.
Jack didn't have respect. Me and him were talking, and Jack interrupted. Jack needs to have some respect.
No, he was gonna say something.
But look,
but Machine Lies was talking.
Jack says he's a Christian. Jack says he's a Christian that believes in Christ too.
Jack
says he's
Oh, hello.
Jack says he's a Christian that believes in Christ.
He also says he isn't a Christian, and he also says the Bible doesn't matter. So, I mean, you can ask Jack any day, and one day.
Yeah, but okay, let's let Jack say what he's going to say. But let me welcome Happy Mother's Day weekend to our.
I appreciate it.
But just
it was really good.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, but just to clarify, there's Christians who say the Bible doesn't matter either. I mean, right? They say all you need is faith. You know, but anyways, you could go on.
Works, right?
Yeah. Where's Banana from?
Compton.
Compton.
Yeah,
He's
right. My
Compton,
ass.
actually.
Yeah, no,
My
you're not
ass.
from Compton.
Dude, I don't fucking go outside, dude. It's like fucking Chicago out here.
You are
My
not
ass.
Compton. No, I've been to Compton.
Maybe you can say
you
like
are not in
Glendale
Compton.
or something.
Glendale, Compton. Same thing.
It's not Compton. No, it's not.
Riverside.
Malibu, whatever. I'm in Malibu.
Anyway,
right?
yeah, okay, he's from
Okay.
the hood. Okay, let's go. He's hood banana.
We're
Go ahead,
hood
Jack.
bananas today. I got my AK. I'm gonna spray.
Hey,
I've never been on panel with Jack before.
Oh, this is big. Yeah.
You better watch out.
She's a friend of ours, Jack. She's good peeps.
Compton,
Oracle.
Arizona,
Good.
born and raised.
I'm getting better than I used to be, so hopefully this will be fun.
Machine like the backdrop. Go ahead.
I want to press back on Banana, though, please, with honesty.
Talk
When
to
you
Misha, bro.
When
Hey,
you
hey,
make
hold on.
when you make the claim that you're a Christian, just as Machine Lies pointed out, that's a claim that I also make. I follow Christ.
You
But
say
please,
you're not a Christian,
please,
Dude,
please
chill out,
recognize-
bro.
Yeah.
Please, I don't want to have to kick you, man. I like having you up here.
It doesn't matter. He
I
could have
put it-
converted an hour ago. It doesn't matter. I mean, right? What's the
You
problem?
can put him backstage.
point
That's what.
is, you do a piss poor job of representing Christ, a follower of Christ,
Is that why you don't believe?
when you portray the critic, right? You were the subject that reminded me of that quote from one of our presidents from long ago. The critic doesn't count. He missed the point. He dismissed what I offered because it came from me. He wants to disrespect the messenger and miss the message.
Yeah, well, he's gone.
Yeah.
Sorry for the rudeness on my broadcast.
No, thank you. Thank you. You're a perfect teacher, man. Because you're right. His behavior is that of an adolescent. He lacks emotional maturity.
I mean, with all due respect, we should have asked him to prove that lie or just leave. I mean, that's how.
Yeah, you're right.
Because that is too.
Yeah, that's bold, man.
This is my life, dude. I've been accused of all
Yeah,
sorts
you're not the only one, huh?
of stuff, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but she knows all that shit. That's stupid shit, man. Somebody said that in the chat, man. Fuck that, man. So, Oracle, what you have any thoughts? I don't know how long you've been listening.
Well, no,
You're actually pretty
I just,
copacetic.
I just tuned in. I've been doing. I think I told you the other day about like a kid from my kid's school. I've been connecting with that mom tonight and sending her pictures of her.
And then they don't know about that. Jack
there
and
was
Machine might not know.
there was a kid at my kid's school that took their own life on Friday night, and so it's just been it's a rough weekend for my kids and stuff. But I reached out to the mom today, and I had some pictures from last summer that I sent her. But mainly, it's just kind of that's why I wasn't online till just I think in the last 10-15 minutes. But Jack, are you in DC?
I'm outside of it. I'm in the Baltimore area.
Oh, okay. And what was the reason you were going up there again? I kind of vaguely heard something because I knew you moved from California, right?
I moved from Spokane, Washington.
Oh, okay. I knew it was West Coast.
Well, I know how it sounds, but the mission of Veterans for Peace, ending wars, if that's my prayer, my mission, my goal is to find a way to help that to happen. And I think Washington, D.C. is a good place to be for that goal.
Yeah. That is, I mean, that's what I mean. It's like he's literally doing what he said. It's not like you can snap your fingers and like Thanos and like, hey, it's world peace, but he's in the motion. He's literally.
I'm trying, but admittedly, today's what day is this? Monday?
Today's the 13th of May over here, 12th for you guys.
So I think I've been here just about 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
A little over 2 weeks. I pulled into the DC area, and I've got all these critics saying, "You haven't done it yet. You haven't done anything yet." Well, what the fuck do? I don't have all the answers. I'm trying to do this, and I didn't expect I'd have to do it all alone, but
Jesus, these people in the chat.
No, I was just
exactly
curious,
what they said.
I was just curious what the goal was. Like, I've been to DC, but I mean, I wasn't for political activism, though I've done political and spiritual activism both. But I'm just curious what, like, do you have like a movement you're joining, or what? I guess I don't understand. I just heard you were going to DC to try to make change or something.
I've attempted to, I carry the mission statements of many organizations, many groups have inspired me and helped educate me. I met people who represent those groups, Veterans for Peace. I'm a lifetime member. When I got to DC, I reached out to some other national organizations like World Beyond War, Code Pink.
That's cool.
Democracy at Work was a new one I just reached out to. So I'm trying to get connections, but seriously, there's something unique happening in my life and everyone else's. This thought came up for me. Do you think God does this to teach us a lesson? And I'm pretty sure that's what happens. We get misunderstood. Those who find themselves called and, devoting themselves to the way of spirituality and love, we get tested. And the same thing that happened to me is what's happened with God. People blame me for what others say. People blame God for what others say, right? It's an interesting paradox. And the thing is, I know I'm the same as everyone else. We all have these patterns of misunderstanding and I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think it matters like what you're aiming for, and then just go for whatever you're aiming for. If it's world peace, I mean, we've probably only had about 70 years inside the entire humanity where we've been without war. So that's kind of a really lofty goal. I don't know if it's attainable, but I've kind of always said, yeah, that's my goal too, but I don't find it attainable. I just try to live with peace inside myself.
I found that, and I'm convinced the world is ready for it, because the first casualty of war is the truth. The rest are mostly civilians. That's the quote from one of my favorite shirts, right? And so the solution is to get mankind to stop fighting each other. We align with the truth. That's as simple as that. Honesty and lies. We can overcome the disagreements. We can overcome the divisions. But we've got to be willing to be honest. And that's what I want to communicate to the men and women in Congress.
Yeah.
It's time for some righteous changes.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. You're joining a movement. I wasn't sure if you were in a movement or not. I mean, because it's kind of hard to get a lot done just by yourself. But
so we got people like Joe Cool to help. What's up, Joe Cool? How's it going, OG?
Awesome.
It's good, guys.
Good to
Hey,
see
Joe.
you.
Rock stars showing up. All stars showing
up. Joe Cool's got the best laugh in the Panelverse.
Definitely.
Alex is close. Alexandria, she's got a second. She got a close second. When you and her were going off, on Restless was last week. That was hilarious.
Dude, you cannot forget OTW though. Don't leave OTW out there.
Yeah. He's got a great laugh too. Yeah.
I heard you say something. I just got here. I heard. I think that was Heisman said something about we've been at war everything for like 80 years or something.
Yes, he said 70.
Yeah, it's like only 80 or 70 or 80 years we haven't been at war. It's someplace on the planet.
We're due then, huh?
The U.S. Well, that's very
Maybe.
optimistic of you. I would have went the other route, meaning we're at war. The creatures, the United States since its inception has been at war 90-something% since it began. 95% of the time, we've been at war since we were conceived alone. Yeah,
born into it, man.
Believe it.
It's fucked up. I guess
is there
I
a
was to say,
war as human being that's in that innate?
Excuse me.
Sorry, Joe.
No, I think you're a point. I was going to say, I guess that was Jack must have been saying something about ending wars, which is why she gave that stat that she gave about the 80 years to show that it would be difficult. I wasn't here for that part.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sure Jack is well aware he has a difficult task. I know he knows. What you say was something inherent?
I'll say that, but I'll say this it's just fucking strange how, and I'm like this too, I guess. It's like when he says that, like a lot of us, our first gut reaction is like, hell no, bro, you crazy. You crazy, you know what I mean? What are you doing? But then there's another one where it goes like, oh, that's so cute, type of shit, like pat you on the head, like nah, man, don't be condescending about it. Like
two reactions.
It's like fuck no, good.
I don't want to discourage.
I think it's a good thing though.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But
can you imagine if he said, wait, hold on, Joe.
Okay,
OG, real quick, respectfully.
No, you're right.
Can you imagine if he said, like, I'm going to DC to try to end peace?
To end peace?
Yeah, like so I'm just like, but why is everyone like a lot of people were like, oh, war? No, how dare you want to get rid of war? Is it that, or is it we don't want to? We feel like we don't want him to waste his time. Is that what people are thinking? Or
it's the latter, right? It's
okay. But it's up to him what he does with his time.
Yes, which is the
absolutely
the part of it.
You like that part, Joe?
Why you don't want to discourage him and sit as cute as fuck, right?
Yeah.
And it's a worthy cause, and it's all about love and peace. Of course, you're gonna root for him. But it's like, motherfucker, but the plan is when I get there, I'm gonna wish on a lucky snowflake and they're gonna give me one of Jack's magic beans. It's like that, man. You like, the ending probably won't go well.
Yeah. I see you, Joe. I hear you.
Are you saying he's like Jack and the Beanstalk?
I am saying as much
Jack
as
Telcott, motherfucker, recognize.
Right,
World peace.
Right.
Put some respect on that name.
I need him to do this, right? To check all of us who think we're so fucking smart. If this happens, it would be the best thing that ever happened to me to check my goof ass 100%. But that doesn't change it, and it doesn't. I don't know. You want to? Jeez, it still looks like fucking wishing on a star, right? Because here,
I wish on a star every time I see one falling. I think that's cool.
It is. That's the awe shit. But I don't know how often is it effective.
I know. I hate that though. Like when I started making art and movies and stuff, and the girlfriends would be like, "Oh, that's cute." You're like, basically, I'm like, "Nah, man, don't say that shit. I'd rather you say nothing than like, oh, that's cute." Like, either.
And they all tune to the same frequency because if it's 8 chicks in the room and something, a moment happened, they all do it at the same time. Oh,
yes.
Like,
yes. Yeah. But I guess that's better than like cursing you. And
NPC, I'll say this. It's in a woman's nature to awe. It's in a man's nature to, I don't know, whatever the opposite is, to do the stringent shit, right? I don't know if it's good or bad. It's to, kill a nigga dreams in this aspect, to kill a nigga dreams and say, nigga ain't no Santa Claus. It's in our nature to say no Santa Claus.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't saying Joe, like, oh, that's a cute bunny. I wasn't like that. I was just wondering if he was with a movement, and that's what if he had like people there he's meeting up with, because that makes more sense. But if you're doing it just by yourself,
I think he said something that was interesting earlier. He said that the way he was going to pull it off is to deliver the message, and then hopefully he'll get a following and they can pull it off together. I think he gave a bit of his blueprint earlier.
Well, he said he was joining veterans for peace, right?
I was waiting for him to respond. I wanted
He's right here
to respond to that.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, the likelihood of someone like me accomplishing this on my own, it's impossible. Facts prove that.
Right.
I have faith that eventually I'll create some connections. I thought I'd find connections. I thought I'd find support from Veterans for Peace. But I thought I'd find support from my union. I thought I'd find support from my friends, my family, but that wasn't the path for me. So the path for me brought me to walking away from, losing everything, trying to pick up what I'm still trying to stop losing things from my life, and I'm trying to figure out how to move forward. But
You're straying a bit. We were talking about your plan to get there. Now you're going into something a little different. On your plan to get there, you said that you thought that it would be with help. You've come to realize that you'll probably do it alone. Do you think that the only thing you needed help with is getting in touch, right? Once you get there, you feel like you're good. Once you're in the presence of that person, then you're good. You're just trying to get there with help to get there. All right, I figured that. All right, now here's my Debbie Downer shit.
Wait, that wasn't Debbie Downer? Damn.
That was not. That was a setup for the Debbie Downer.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh hell.
When you get there, what you're gonna do is talk a guy into seeing things your way, becoming the guy who sees the error in his ways, and he could do something good, and blah blah blah. So you got to look at past. What happened in the past is the best indicator of what would happen in the future. And I look at all the people who you've tried to fix our broken asses. I don't think none of us is broken as Trump. And you haven't had the magic words to turn one of us around. So it makes me think that the odds when you get in front of that one particular person, suddenly something's going to click, are less.
I'll say this. So like he's made a big impact on my life. I'm serious. So I'm not just trying to glaze him up, but like
no, I'm not knocking. Yes, I agree.
as actually.
That shit. Well, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, bro.
But no, I don't want to divert because
no, that's exactly right. Joe doesn't want to give me credit. He doesn't want to accept that people can learn from me. He wants to assume that everyone's just that knows everything I know and knows everything I'm doing wrong.
No, not what I was going to say. I know you love it when you feel like people are attacking
Joe, I've listened to you for years.
You're not listening to me now. You're cutting me off, right? You in my opinion, you like it over there when people are attacking you. You're used to it, and it's useful in some sort of way. What I was trying to say is that
land the plane. Let's go, Hoji.
Yeah. I might not even be able to land this motherfucker anymore.
Come on, O'Hara's coming up right here.
O'Hara's coming up. Good one. It's coming up.
Cheeseburger.
If I don't want to divert from to Jack's good shit, because I could talk about Jack's good shit all day. In fact, I've known him longer. I can outdo you. I don't want to divert to that. I wanted to stick with the topic because to me that's something he does intentionally. Because he's more comfortable there. I wanted to stick with a topic for a moment. Jack, I want to know if you have a response. You don't have to. If you can't talk machine lies and Tommy and all of these me and all these other broken motherfuckers into something changing and flowing your students, why do you think you'll have success?
Well, if I could, I think that Jack Talcott actually has a comparable philosophy if you actually take a look at it seriously, because the reason is because it is one of the competing views that's on the table, right? And the reason I say that is because you could blame different things for the problems of humanity, right? Like, for example, right? People have said that the number one killer is war. They've said the number one killer is governments, right? Or they've said that the number one killer is technology. But either way you slice the pie, right? It's all about, who has responsibility, right? And where do we put the the objective factor of power, right? So I mean,
you meaning that it's honorable that he's going after Trump directly? Is that what his goals?
Well, no. I just think that if you look at it in a way, he's proposing if I could simplify what I'm saying, into the most personable terms, he's proposing that there be a immediate change, but he's not saying that there needs to be a new organization to accomplish it. But it's a personal change, but it also has to happen together with everyone, right? So it's not to be forced in any way, right? So that's also part of if I'm to understand his basic plight here. But yeah, I think it's I think there's other there's other notable thinkers that have espoused such a viewpoint.
I was trying to avoid that, but it looks like we're going to go there. I didn't get a comment on the whether it's Bright going after Trump directly. Anyway, that's what I wanted to focus.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's go, Jack. What do you think about that? Maybe your take.
I kind of want to go back to something Joe said earlier about the failures. He's absolutely right. Who am I to think that even if given a chance with Donald Trump, after my repeated failures, what makes me think it would be different?
Yeah.
Well, Joe, this is an honest question, and it's fair to some degree, but this is where it's a burden that I'm just stuck with. I've said honestly, for whatever reason, nobody's been willing to work with me as a coach and teacher. I mean, people have learned from me. People are growing with me. But, Joe, no one's tested my knowledge. They've been testing my patience, right? And I'm telling you.
That Trump will be different somehow?
Some monster.
I'm not sure where you're going yet.
The thing is it's not one person as well. Even if I get Trump, that's just one person. That still doesn't solve the fucking problem.
That's all we're talking about right now is, can you get Trump? I'm trying to keep it to that. Is it logical to assume that you can sway a man?
How about this, Joe?
With one conversation as opposed to all the conversation you have with us.
Let's think this through, right? Obviously, I would be much more well received if I came forward with support, right? If it was Veterans for Peace or lots of viewers or whatever way, if there was support with me getting the attention, I'd do a lot better.
That's why I kicked them out first. The support shit, remember? I kicked that out and said, wait, the support thing. I asked you, you said I gave up on the idea of others supporting me. I know I have to do it myself. So taking out the support and the help of others, you doing it yourself, is that likely?
Well, Joe, I'm sorry if you heard me say that, because I'm quite confident the message that God wants us to realize is we need to unite together. So when people allow me to lead, when people join me with the goal, the intention of ending wars, guess what? The shit will get done. So I'm hoping to recruit the 600 men and women who are paid in Congress and the United States corporation. I'm hoping to get them to join us. But on my own, you're right, Joe. There's no chance.
You said the opposite a little while ago. Even with motherfuckers, I'll take that into consideration. With motherfuckers, you do have a better fucking chance. Then I'd have to examine your record of with motherfuckers. How many people have you been successfully able to recruit to your side? Now, we all believe the philosophy, and all of us in our weird, twisted way think that we help. Whether it be Snafu making a phone call or me giving you this advice, we think that we help. We fall woefully short. How successful have you been at recruiting motherfuckers who actually have been able to help you and are assisting you?
Oh, I've recruited a lot of people who could.
Who are?
Their willingness? Nope. I've found no others to support me in the direction of my goals, the directions I hope to go.
I'm done being a Debbie Downer. Then I'll say this and end being a Debbie Downer part. The same thing applies then. If the If you
Hey,
weren't able
Joe,
to win, hold on, let me finish
you
this, and
can
then you can
change
say,
it.
"Hey, Joe."
You could
Right?
change it
Or you could
literally.
yell over
You
me and
could break
just
the
say
pattern.
what you want to say. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, Joe, but
He said
No,
that
you're
you could
not.
break the pattern, Joe. You could be the one.
Yeah,
if you want.
you can
Yeah, and
change
that's what
it.
I was. See, that's what I was saying. It's about where we believe who has the responsibility, and you could blame. You could say a person could change it, right? You could say a
Yes.
group could change it, or you could say everybody has to change it all at the same time. You know, and that's the only way it'll change.
I
You
think
know,
it's the
so
person. Everybody acting individually, doing a thing is
Right.
what we is. Every
Yeah,
man must
and
carry his own weight.
and that's
The idea
that's possibly the
that
most radical because
Yeah.
because the easy way out is that, you know, there's an organization that takes over the world and it implements a change, but of course the best way is that everybody does it on their own. I mean,
that is not
so
Jack's what he's saying. He is saying
It
he
is my
needs
way,
to. I'm
Joe.
sorry. Why you only gonna interrupt me or other people too?
You're misrepresenting me, dude.
Do I get to
Fuck
talk
I'm
or
not
no?
talking.
That is not what Jack is proposing. He is saying follow him. He wants to lead us. He is not saying everybody do individual.
God.
We need a leader, and it's him. That's what
Hey,
he's
Joe.
proposing.
Okay, you
What's wrong with
obviously
saying that,
have-
man? Yeah, I don't think
You
I
obviously
want
have-
a movement myself. Yeah, so even if we did say that, like, what does that matter to?
Well, I'm just saying, let's
to
say what
you?
it is. Let's say what
What
it is.
goal-
What Machine Line
Joe,
said is something different than what.
Think
he
about the
said.
goal,
Okay.
dude.
Hey,
I'm
why are
sorry
you
to-
raising your voice?
You're
And
right.
interrupting.
You're right.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
I'm tired of listening to it because it accomplishes nothing. I know it satisfies Joe's ego. He feels better. He
Yeah,
told
that's why I do
Jack
it. It's
once
ego.
again.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, Jack, like we can't really assume, even though it may seem like that to
Yeah.
you, like, but
We're not
Well,
it
it's
may
gods.
be
We
true.
don't.
But
well,
like,
it's like
this is okay, and you too, Joe. Like, you gave me good questions and stuff like that, but have some spaces where we can have a dialogue
I
instead of
well,
doing
if I
like a
could just
monologue.
well, if I could just
You're
Go back and
interject, you
forth.
know,
You're
there's
right.
this idea
Respectfully.
with Huey Long, you know, like every man a king, or you know what I mean, like
Oh yeah, I
1930s, like
remember him.
the
Yeah,
guy that got shot.
Louisiana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Louisiana. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of what
filled with
Jack. You
trivia.
know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of Jack's. You know, I mean, that's kind of how I see Jack. You know, what I mean, right? So that's more of a thing that's like it's a legitimate platform. I mean, is all I'll say. I mean, that has been offered possibly since the 1600s, right? And then moving forward from there, they propose it in different ways. But yeah,
Go ahead, Jack, then Joe, or
Yeah.
whoever.
No, Jack, you go.
Let's let him go, bro, for a second.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
If he wants to.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but
it's all right.
Holy shit, dude.
Thanks, Joe.
So you wanted to criticize,
Full moon, man.
and clearly you viewed it as a bad thing. That how dare Jack invite people to? And my words, Joe, are join me, follow Jesus. But I repeatedly, clearly say, join me. But you presented it as though I'm saying, follow me. And what is wrong with that when what the goal I'm saying is let's end fucking wars?
You literally said you want to lead them, Jack. I am not coming out the blue. Stop
Fuck.
accusing me of saying
Get a
crazy
different
shit.
leader then.
Hey,
And quit bitching.
hey! You want peace? It starts within. Just chill and talk civilly.
See,
Okay?
she is making my point. I will not follow you, man. You can't even control
You're
your fucking temper here.
disrespectful, Joe.
The
You're
next nigga will be
disrespectful. And I'm
disrespectful.
sorry I returned your disrespect.
You're raising your voice too much, though. No, I'm just saying, don't
people get
raise your
passionate,
voice.
man.
Yeah, you can be passionate, but you don't have to start a fight with someone if you're on behalf of peace. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a tactic.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think
peace. You got to make wars sometimes.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily.
I'm not arguing for peace, but I'm just saying if you want peace, it starts within and talk
Right.
respectfully to people.
Right, but I don't think
That's all.
necessarily. Yeah, I don't think necessarily he needs to be tone policed either. But you know, let's let him talk freely, even as well, even because he's allowed to get passionate as well. Even.
He is, but he was also reframing what Joe was saying, and I wasn't hearing that Joe was actually saying the things that he's saying. And I would, if I'm in Joe's place, I'm going to be offended that someone's trying to say what I'm thinking and telling me what I'm thinking when it's not even kind. It's not even the right kind of interpretation for what Joe's probably even thinking. I don't know. I err on the side of charity when I don't know
what
what
was the
people are
topic?
thinking.
What were they talking about here?
I'm not sure what the topic was. I turned it
going
to
to
how
DC.
successful could Jack be? That's what I turned it to.
And I thought we were venturing out into ways that he could join with like Veterans for Peace
Yes,
and
I was
different
trying to
groups.
change it.
And
NPC
He is
asked
part
me
of
to
that already, I
change it.
think.
I was trying to change it, and I'm willing to change it, Jack. We
I
don't have
see
to talk about my criticisms of you. At least we can give it a rest for a while.
Well, what about you know, I think the way that you know, another way to look at it is, what would you guys want to see changed about the government or the world
Same
or
shit Jack
or about
does.
people? I mean,
I
like,
think Jack's onto something, right? The way,
yeah,
and this is his strong point we've just slipped into. The way to do it will be peaceful. You can't kill hate with hate, right? It will be under God. Whatever it is, it will be mercy, forgiving. You know, it will be the people who follow in that direction. He's 90% of the way there with that shit, in my opinion.
Okay.
so what would you say? Do you think democracy is good, or do you think communism is good, or what would you say?
All that shit's evil. Democracy, if it's 51% versus 49, then there's a tyrannical 51%. It doesn't work like that. Every 4 years you get someone else in, and all your progress is killed. That shit doesn't work. And maybe it's an amalgamation of these things. I think we're at some point though, everybody's gonna have to grow up, get and do his own. You can't get your own off of another person. That's in the Bible. Every motherfucker's got to do his own. And when we all grow up and take accountability, responsibility, and go out there and doing it, you'll find if I show up at a rally because I'm showing up, there and other people have my attitude, then there's 1,000 people there. If I say, oh, I'm showing up at this rally, I want 1,000 of you niggas to show up with me, and they don't show up, the failing is on me. Motherfuckers, just be a leader and do you, and people will come. If they don't, motherfuckers, your message is probably well, even your shitty message will get followers.
Joe, have you actually led any movements, just political activism? I think you have.
Oh
haven't
my
you?
God,
I'm just
I've been
curious.
an activist since I was a kid. I was out there, the only kid out there with a sign when they was closing the grocery store among adults, and I've been continuing.
Do you know what Joe Cool actually does? Like, why he's Joe Cool or whatever? Like his own thing.
One of the top 20 activists in the country. And I was one of the top 20 activists in the country in the 90s or something. I've been at this a long time.
Yeah, I used
In
to do it.
terms
I
of
was raised.
YouTube points on the board, he got the most. He got the most on the panel versus most subs, 100+ K, all that. Whoop de whoop.
And then YouTube shit is recent. I've been an activist.
Yeah.
I've taken busloads of motherfuckers to Congress.
But you've done that, Joe. But
is talking about.
Is that why you're so hard on him? Because it's like, damn, bro.
So.
It's like you like pressing them hard, and my thing is sometimes, especially when something's new, like you're gonna like crush the dude sometimes the way you're coming at him.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know my tact sucks. I am not good at tact. I am not. I'm too direct, and a lot of my
we're
friends
learning, I guess, huh?
can't take it. And my friends who
I'm gonna
stay
say
with me,
you can't take it.
I thank them because I know the type of person I am. I bless. Thank God for my girl. You know, she has to hit us at 4 o'clock in the morning, me speaking direct to her, and she's just, being there giggling and cracking up. Yeah, what am I gonna do with you type shit? I appreciate that shit. But I might be in my character. I don't know if I can change. All I know is directness.
I get it.
Maybe this could happen someday. Lizard Tree says, I love Joe and Jack, and I wish they could hug it out.
We will, 100%. I'm seeing everybody. 100% I'm going to fucking see Jack one day. There is no need to make peace. There is, from my side, there is nothing but fucking love and so on. So if you're interpreting me downing his plan or saying grow up or whatever the shit, none of it's coming from a place of hate ever.
No, I know that. I actually feel that, Joe. Listen, I do though a little bit. Not the hate part. Like I know it's coming from love. I don't think Joe Cool's a vengeful, or at least he's more love than hate. I'll say that definitely. I don't see that in him. I wouldn't fuck with him if he wasn't. But my thing is, especially being a teacher, I always bring it back to what I'm actually doing. I want these kids to succeed and get off this damn island so bad that sometimes I don't even I'm a fucking bastard to them. I have to sit back sometimes and be like, dude, you need to chill, Gabriel, a little bit, man.
You're right.
But it's because I do want the best for them and know that they're powerful and they have a lot of opportunities.
I think.
Okay,
also,
I got a question after all that, and
maybe you can ask a
because I've
question
done
for Jack too, because he's the man of the hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
yeah.
Like, what kind of advice and stuff would you have with leading movements, and how do you get them started? I mean, I've done one inadvertently, with like exposing, and I had lots of people protest and whatever. But how do you get the movement started? What's the game plan for that, and how do you go about it?
How should I know? I don't. I fail. I know lots of ways to fail. I don't fucking know. Okay, and you know what? If I can, just for a moment, I've sat here and shut up for a while. The last time you spoke to me, you wanted to point out how I'm lacking peace, therefore I'm failing in my mission. I don't know if you recognize, but prior to Joe's criticisms, which have been polite, but it's still doubt. He wants to hold his doubt and his criticism over me. But hey, he said I'm 90% there. So eventually maybe I'll get past his fucking judgment and maybe get some support. But so far, I get doubts. And so I'm sorry if I'm not as peaceful as Jesus. Okay? I'm still breaking through some of my old patterns, and I don't know if anyone knows, but I'm not living a life of luxury and love and fun. I'm on my own.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait. Let's let him get it out. And bro, this is. Can you read the room? Read the room for a second, everyone. Bro, the motherfucker is pissed. Like he's fucking. The tension
He was
is high.
on something. Yeah, he was going somewhere. Let's go with that.
Let's just and then just let it. Positive shit right now, bro. I'm tired of this. I'm about to shut this shit down, and I'm not gonna be like, you need to give me $50 right now to keep this on. Nah, if the fucking negativity shit, and I get it, we need negativity sometimes, but I'm kind of done with it right now, and I'm not the only one. I'm about to shut this shit down in a second, bro. Let's just chill out, man.
Thank you, Joe. Sincerely, honestly,
go ahead.
This is a pattern for you, please. Okay, you judge people for their weakness. You've been judging me because you find weakness in me, but I'm a strong motherfucker. And the fact that you don't see that. Almza, I never in my life thought I would have to defend myself against so many attacks because I believe that wars should end. Okay, so I'm sorry if I lashed out. Sincerely to all of you. Thank you for tonight. Okay, this has been.
No, this has been great. I mean, it's been eye-opening. I've never been on panel with you before. I don't know what all your backstory is. I just heard you were going to DC. So this is my first encounter with you. So I appreciate you clarifying that with because it did seem more defensive than, but obviously there's some backstory that I don't know. But it's all good. I mean, I kind of believe like Joe that your heart's in the right place and you've got 90% of it down. I just was wondering, like where to go next for like making the movement happen. Because I like things to happen and I like people to get their goals fulfilled and dreams lived, especially when they're noble ones. You know what I mean? If they're ones that I can get behind, I want to see that person happy and living the dream.
I have so many plans, so many conversations that I've rehearsed, so many presentations I've made. What I've been learning is how to live day by day, moment by moment. Okay, so what's the plan? I don't know. I know why. My why is to end wars. And I'm literally inviting anyone who's willing to brainstorm with me, right? With me, not just make me listen to nonsense. We are living at an incredible time. I'm quite confident God is with me. So far, I've learned that because I've been completely alone. But I trust eventually things are going to change and people will actually want me around. And when they want me around again, well, I'll have different options. I don't know how to do it. I've been calling messages. I'm doing what I can online. I don't know where to go. How do I go and get the attention of people who don't know me, right? Who don't want to pay attention to me? That's what I'm thinking of with Congress. They don't know me. They don't want to listen to me. But ending wars is pretty important to all of us. And if we're alive, that means there's a chance for us to do it. I just don't know if we're alive.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's pretty deep.
I've been asking, is this real? Because it blew my mind that people who loved me threw me away. And then no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get accepted. The union organizations, so many places I've tried. And I haven't found my tribe.
People love you though. That's the thing, man.
Yes,
That's happening.
I know.
Joe Cool, not to speak for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll say something again. But like, I think he loves you.
He does.
I love you like a machine. He does. And probably Ashima will if she doesn't already. But the thing is, it's like maybe you do have a tribe. It's not. It's just not in the way.
Watched it a lot. I haven't watched him a lot. I don't know. I do love him. I have love for him, of course.
For sure.
I'm up here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing. And I'm saying, like, maybe you do have your tribe is forming. It's definitely forming. It's just not in the way you think it is, man. I didn't mean to be rude to you, Joe Cool, if I came across like that too.
No,
I definitely
you
don't
are
want you
absolutely
to. I love
right.
acknowledging you and everything.
You're good. And I'm sitting up here thinking that I gotta get a second gear here. I got one fucking gear with fucking speed. I gotta do better.
Look what you dude. Look where you're at, bro. Not to make excuses, but I was talking about you earlier, Jack. I was like, Joe Cool, man. I only got a taste of the hood in my late 20s and 30s, living in the deep East Oakland, and it fucking shook me to the core. And you were sharing about where you grew up, and you're still trying in your own way. Trying to get out of that place, even though you're helping the community, giving everything you can. So that's why your word carries a lot of fucking weight around here. It does.
I'm glad. I think that, and I've been fortunate, man. I'd say I'm the last 5 years I've probably been in Chicago 1, 2, 3 months of the year. The rest of it been traveling.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
I got a chance to get away and see stuff and all of that shit, and and I'm still doing it here. Last night I was out there filming them bastards and editing the vid all day long yesterday. I'm still an active son bitch. And I got up and spent all day with my brother in the hospital because just got out of surgery.
That's right. Shout out to your brother. I meant to say, man, that's a great thing you're doing, helping him heal up.
Yeah.
Can I offer, Joe?
What's up, Lady Flo?
Your demonstration, your awareness, your recognition, the demonstration of awareness and humility you showed, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
The image of you, I felt it grow. My respect for
Appreciate it. I appreciate that, man. I swear under everything holy, man.
I know.
And I got no ill intent, especially for you, someone of God's kid, someone who I know is God's kid. I'd be this hard on my own child. It is not, I would not have any negative intentions if it came off, or if it did, it was a failing, but it was not intentional.
Shit. Joe, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was done.
Brother, you have the same lesson to learn that I did. And I do.
Go ahead.
Especially
Go
us,
ahead.
especially us men. I think we need to become more gentle.
That temper is
Okay?
my issue too. You may be my mirror, and I'm supposed to learn a lesson here as opposed to you. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. I am very happy to be part of this panel now. Yay.
It probably wouldn't have happened if you weren't. I'm telling you, that strong feminine energy you have,
It's
Oracle,
all the energy,
kind of
Joe.
like
It would be all
kind
you
of
don't know how
mediating
to.
shit, bro.
You don't know, and
It's the
yours too.
mama
And
bear.
machine lies too.
Yeah.
It's the ripples,
Nah,
right?
Yeah,
Machine
it
Lies is a
is.
fucking
Whatever
legend.
frequency,
Machine Lies is
all our
awesome.
energies create together. It's whatever frequency we create together. Without machine lies,
For sure.
I don't want to be too crazy, but without what machine lies, it was timely when he did what he did, and you had to step in and be big brother. And like, Joe's not listening. Calm your ass down. Everything had to happen the way it did.
Yeah,
cool.
Respectfully.
This is the divine. There is perfection in the way that things unfold, especially if we pay attention. We can notice the perfection. We can notice the order and the patterns. And I've been learning how to have more comfort and more faith. Joe, admittedly, I know how I sound.
Nice, Jack. Now, that's very that's very fucking humble for Jack to say that. The Leo King.
That's awesome.
I know. Good for him.
Believe
Bro.
it though.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say what I want to say differently than I do. And that's a lesson that I've been trying to recognize with others too. We all misspeak. We all, I don't know. I see a lot of damn good people trying to figure out life and family and all this crazy stuff.
I know, Jack. The way I talk when I first came in, people couldn't even understand me because it's just that street niggas talk. Yo, man, I've never rolled down them niggas, bent on that nigga. Yeah, yo, that them peeps. Yo, woo, they don't understand what the fuck
Chi-Town
I'm
can
talking.
talk fast, bro.
Yeah, so,
Four corner hustlers, baby.
Yeah, I have before corner hustlers since I was 10 years
I
old.
know.
And so I've been this is hard for me to articulate my thoughts and being here. And I've always been a smart kid. That was looked down upon. I couldn't use big words and shit. I've been curbing my intellect and shit all my life. So just recently, so I'm having difficulty formulating words, opinions.
You sound like a professor. I was thinking about that the other day, Joe. Like the motherfucker's like seriously very articulate and yeah, definitely. But you can mix the real life, street shit with it. That's unstoppable shit.
I praise. I feel like I'll be stumbling over my words and never articulate my thoughts properly.
No.
And Jack's probably going through a little of that shit himself today.
Tell you this moon is. What do you think, Oracle? Tell us about the moon, please.
Oh, the
Full
moon is
Scorpio.
in.
What we're doing right now.
I looked at it a little bit ago. It's in Vishaka, which is your actual one too. It's the particular part of Scorpio, and it's really good for partnerships. It's good for making grounds because Scorpio likes to fight, but this particular part of Scorpio actually does really well with partnering with others and making connections so that it builds friendships. So I like this particular one, which is why I jumped up because I figured it's going to go somewhere eventually. But I mean, I think that's really good because, sometimes peace, you have to go through the war to get to the peace. And the war to me always starts with the person in the mirror. And something I think that Jack was talking about earlier with feeling alone, and my empathy was just going up because and losing so much stuff. I understand that because there were points of my own spiritual journey before I was called to help that one person. That one person turned into a ripple effect of a wave with a movement with cleaning up the clergy sex abuse in the Catholic Church. That was back in 2012. But from 2007 till then, it was a very alone journey where it was just me and God. And all I could think of at that point, if you are a Christian, is that he had all of his friends betray him. He had everyone turn against him. And if he went through that, who am I to question how alone I feel?
Thought they were
and
knuckleheads.
I was like that for years. And I was like, wow, I really need to work on what it is I think I need and just focus on that upward relationship. And it literally took years,
When
but
does it
eventually it
start
came
though?
around.
Where does it
It
start
ca-
when you say you focus on, you need to change yourself? Do you remember your early things that you worked on?
Yeah, I worked on my relationship upward with God. I was like, what is
That's
it that I'm
number
not
one.
seeing that you want me to see?
Jack
Because
got
this
that one right.
feels
He's done that
alone.
one.
It feels awful. It feels like you're
Yeah.
just taking everything away from me. And it was
Mm-hmm.
horrible. And it went on for several years. And I'm like, okay, I have to just rely upon you and trust
Yes.
when it's
Yes.
going to happen. And then finally, once I felt stripped away of all my false pretenses of who I am and who
Right.
everybody else says I am,
Right.
then I had to muster the courage to reach out to this other person. And I'm like, dude, yeah, that priest was a total freak. I believe you when you tell me that your son was abused by him. I don't even know. But it was like having to go to the depths of hell first before I could get to that other side to offer a cold glass of water to someone else in the
Again,
desert.
you sound like Jack's story a bit here, right?
Yeah,
He's
she
been through the
fought. She
depths
literally
of
did
hell.
fought the Catholic Church. Yeah, I'll get that
Yeah.
corrected. Put some respect on it. You're right,
Well,
Orko.
thank
You
you.
have, bro. That's your story.
And then in
Definitely.
2015, I met this other woman that I knew online from other groups of friends who was in Buffalo, New York at the time. And she was under that bishop, and she ended up being best friends with the major whistleblower of 2018. Simon O'Connor, I believe her name was. But anyways, she and I worked in a nationwide movement, but it was completely inadvertently. So the movement was starting, but I didn't really realize my own part because at that point, I had stripped so much of my ego away. I've been like,
Very
okay,
good.
here I am. What do you want from me?
Yeah,
You know.
It's all activists on this line right now, man. In
Jack,
our
we
own,
can't
our
hear
own
you.
lanes and
I
stuff.
dig it.
If you're
Chambers.
talking, Jack, we can't hear you.
I'm in amazement.
Oh,
that testimony. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome, of course.
It confirms me. We're tested, and we got a panel of wise, spiritual, heart-led, caring, fearless people here.
Except for NBC, right?
The whole panel.
Even 80% of the chat. 85%.
Yes, it is, right? Our God is good. There are great things about to come forth through us, with us, for us, because we're all chosen to be here, but we chose to be here, and we chose to be who we are. And I think we are all leaders at
Before
this time.
the internet,
Amen.
you had to physically show up to places, right? The most
Right.
you could do was
Right.
call a motherfucker, then you physically had to show up. And the people, everybody, and Jack, this might be good advice for you. Everybody, because I was like doing magazines and I was active, newspapers and shit. Everybody wanted to be a part. But when they got there and didn't get results quick enough, when they go to a meeting and a miracle didn't happen that led into something, so they dropped out, every fucking single one. I told them, you're going to go to a dozen boring meetings and you never know when that one person is sitting in a room, who you're going to meet that's going to affect you later. That's the way this shit works. Motherfuckers didn't want to hear that, and they all dropped out.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's good because you don't want the wrong people following you.
Yes.
If you're going through hell, you want someone who's actually got your back.
I ended up going through that shit. We started magazines for other people. We traveled the country, gave speeches and all of that shit. And them original motherfuckers, I don't know if any of them, maybe one of them was there when we did a series of fucking magazines, and I was written in every fucking newspaper around.
Yeah, but there's something to be said about the motivation, like seeing the wins, even if they're small, keeps you going. A lot of people going. That's why people stop working out and losing weight because they don't see the big, the drop off so as they want to see, so they give up, right? But you just got to keep pushing through. What did you say earlier, Jack? You said we're talking. You said like you don't give up, man. You don't give up. You don't
I think
give up.
these are
everyone on the panel doesn't really give up.
I think it's part of a perfect design, and it makes sense. For life, you need strength. For strength, you need resistance. For resistance, you need some goals and direction and opposition. And so, as we try to change ourselves, the universe and life and our subconscious, it will test us. You know, if you want to improve your health and you start a new diet regimen, there's going to be a party and some temptation for you, right?
Hey, you stop getting high as the day your best friend offer you a free bag of dope.
Exactly.
I know, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
I
part
tell
of
my kids
life.
that, yeah.
Yep. The devil
What-
come out, man. Whenever you try to do something positive, I don't give a fuck if it's meditating. Motherfuckers call you who ain't called you in 9 months. You know, the devil hops in those weak people, and then they hop up on a panel and they want to fucking talk about other shit and
Yeah,
talk
banana.
about Trump or something. You know?
But here's the thing, though. Like Oracle is like the last degrees of a sign, which is like at the end of the month, for example, guys. Like I noticed, like old tests. It's like a mini retrograde. Old tests come up for the theme of the month.
Interesting.
You notice that?
Yeah. It's critical degree is what it's called, but yeah, that's a soul test. But yeah,
They
I
say
tell
a
my
lesson
kids
is
when you have
repeated until
you learn it. Yeah, I tell my kids that if it's a good goal, then you're automatically going to face some resistance from God, the universe, whatever you want to call
Yes.
it. Because if you're not resolved for it, then you're not going to be tested. It's going to
Right.
be easy breezy. But the way that you think about something matters as much as that something you're going after. If you think
Isn't
it's
it?
going to be easy, if you think it's supposed to be easy, then when it's
It's-
hard, you're not going to have the perseverance to power through it.
They say if you
right
pray to God for patience, He's gonna give you an asshole that tests your
Oh God,
patience.
yeah.
Right? You know, that's the way it goes.
I stopped praying for patience when I had kids. I said, God, I don't want patience anymore because every single day you test my patience.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I'm gonna just
I want
ask for
peace.
humility. No, I'm gonna ask for humbleness. I'm gonna ask for humility. I'm gonna let go of my ego and say, okay, I deserve all this shit that you're throwing at me. I'm fine with it. I'm not better than the problems. I'm gonna take it and roll with it. And once I started doing that and saying, okay, I do deserve this, or I don't, just like that with testing my patience, and I realized it was about my ego. I was like, oh, this is way easier now. Okay, I can roll with this. I can roll with this.
Yeah. Jack, do you mind? And I'll ask the panel too. Do you mind if we go a little deeper? Can I ask you something? Don't worry, it won't be that bad. Like,
I feel
what's your?
bad now. But can't
Yeah,
ask
here
two
you go. Yeah.
motherfuckers. I've been jumping on Jack all day.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Now, what's your greatest fear, and how do you manage it?
Oh, that's a great question
That's
for the
deep.
man whose
Yeah.
theme is to live without fear. Great question.
Good question. Yeah.
I think it's regret, because it's one I've lived with a lot in my life, and it's one I'm committed to avoiding. You know, when we pay attention, we usually don't have as many regrets.
That's dope, Jack. That's dope.
But I think that is my
Honestly.
fear.
That is great.
Yeah. How do you manage it?
I
Drink.
remind myself faith.
Stupid. Stupid.
I'd rather have faith than doubt. And so I trust that God's with me, that and I pay attention, and I do that to try and make sure I don't miss things, but faith is how I overcome it. And what you said, ask God for patience. I did that. That was holy shit, man. Yeah.
Can we get a holy shit, man?
Gotta get a holy shit.
Yeah, ask for humbleness.
We will earn that which we seek, but that which we seek will be given. I wanted.
Let me give y'all a secret. I want to drop a jewel. At least I think it's been a jewel for me. I haven't prayed for myself in years. All my prayers, and I pray every day, are for other people. right? And he seems to look out for me. He knows what I need before I need it, where I need to be, where I need to go. I just say yes when opportunities arrive, and I get off my ass when I have to go. I make no excuses. I get up and go no matter what it is, even if I don't like a motherfucker particularly. I don't know what's going to happen that day. God's calling me outdoors that day. I think I always tell motherfuckers, spend 6 months praying for other people. You know, because every motherfucker, God didn't answer my prayers. Man, I'm fucking whining. Spend 6 months. After that, you're gonna spend another 6 months because you're gonna get to enjoy it, and you're gonna this shit's gonna work for you. God has you. He knows what you need before you do.
You're right.
That is the truth. But a lesson I've learned, and I'm not saying you're doing it, but I know it's easy to do. You're saying yes to life, and that was a lesson I had to learn. It took me a long time to figure that out. Saying yes to life when opportunities come up.
You remember I pushed you on that too, Jack. I got yelled at a little bit. I got got in your skin a little bit, trying to push you out the crib. And then one day I was like downtown filming somewhere, and
Hey, lady, look.
And you had went somewhere to a meeting and all of that shit. I made sure to catch you and tell you how proud I was of you. First, I'm a doubter, so I was like, "Did you really go somewhere?" Someone told me, "Yeah, man, I went to the meeting and so and so." Yeah, I hope that my nagging, got him out the door a little bit.
Yeah, I like how you called him after. That's cool, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the important part. Like, I'm gonna say a name. I saw Paul was in here earlier, and I'm only saying his name because
Oh, he was? I didn't even see him.
I did too. I
Shout
saw
out to
him
Paul.
too.
I'm slave, yeah.
He's the most prolific with this. I think that this chastising shit that I do, I think everybody should do it, especially men. That's how we teach the boys to be men. But there should be 7 times more love. If I'm giving Jack this shit, you can be sure that I'm going to give him 7 times more on the other end.
Oh yeah,
right.
definitely.
So
Definitely.
that's another
I know what
thing.
that
You
is.
could tell if a motherfucker's sincere or if they're just fixed. If I'm healed, I'm doing a balance, and that balance is not 50-50. You don't give a motherfucker shit 50-50. You hold your tongue as NPC. Made sure I did today. And you make sure that when a motherfucker does good, you praise him for that.
Yes,
when
sir.
When he's
Mercy.
down, you're there to help. At those moments, those are the I don't give a fuck if a person's going through some really horrible shit on the internet. I'm gonna be that one motherfucker who call you and tell you, even if you look bad, guilty of some fucked up shit, I'm gonna be like, hey, keep your head up.
That's why I'm happy that we can do this, because I would have hated to not liked it like with on salty terms. Even though I know in the end you guys would always be cool.
There's zero chance. Me and Jack have argued literally 792 times.
But I don't need that drama thinking about me and worry forever. Like fucking whatever you guys think of me, how I am. Like this shit does stick with me sometimes. I do give it my
that's
all.
what I think of you, motherfucker, as that guy who just is not meant for that negative energy. Right?
I like that.
I can give it.
I like that.
That's why I try to be. What it is I can do it, and I'm. Oracle seen me. Other people have seen me on this channel the last couple of months when it comes out. I don't want to go there because it's like all or nothing.
Somebody, I ain't gonna say her name, but I remember you said in the subtitle.
Oh yeah,
when I first met you. You were like, I went hard. I was like,
oh yeah, my birthday. Like, that was my birthday, dog.
You're like, I'm not gonna say what I said, but I went hard as fuck.
Yeah. This is a community. This definitely is a community we're in. I keep saying I try to fool myself and think it wasn't.
Because everybody tell you that this ain't no community. Them ain't your friends. That's just a little nymph and devil in them. That does not like that positive energy. I'm not even sure they're
that's
aware
true.
of
Kindness.
what the fuck they saying when they be saying that shit, man.
Yeah. Only person
you
that's
can't
listening
pay
today is
attention to the
Denison.
haters.
Let your haters be your motivators.
Would you say Oracle? You said it. I thought it was Joe said the
you
haters.
just can't pay attention to the haters. I mean, they're just everywhere, and they just. Why am I supposed to focus on them? It's like if you hate me, then I must be doing something good.
Yes. And Jack, that's another thing. I got a lot of subs. You think you catch heat? I got motherfuckers in my comment section. I hope that hard R dies in the street. I get racist shit. So
I bet you do.
it's a thing.
That's wild. But
you
I heard
do.
that. I heard that you that's how you met Sasquatch. Him and his crew were trolling you or something. But now you guys are friends and shit.
We're friends, but I'm gonna get his ass, bro. I'm waiting to see him. Matter of fact, I rushed home to get his ass. I saw him on the panel. He was on there. And this is not on the subject, but he was on there with this nigga Captain Curmudgeon, and they're talking about the chick who called the little kid in the park the hard ER.
Oh yeah,
and they talking about how motherfucker.
She made thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah, 800,000. I think she's up to now. Damn, she's chasing $1 million off of that shit.
Oh my gosh!
And they're talking about how motherfuckers be whining too much and making a big deal out of shit. I'm thinking, if you see a short on TikTok and they call a kid, somebody yell at a kid and call him a bitch or you dumb slut, you would lose your mind. You would be all on the internet. I can't believe he said that. But when it's a black dude, they was like, you motherfuckers are always making a big deal about shit. I'm like, ooh, nigga.
That's just another Wednesday on the Panelverse, Joe.
It is,
you
man.
Know it.
But
we
know
it.
Sasquatch, he's a friend. Since you brought him up, I'm gonna jump his ass next time I see him.
Hell yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta keep each other. Integrity farms. Integrity.
And Les is over here. I hope I learned my lesson.
Oh shit! Oh, we're at the 4-hour mark. I think this is a good time to.
This is perfect.
Shut down. Miss NPC's calling me.
Hey, I'm gonna leave. So in case you want to say goodbye to Jack, you might want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
And say your goodbye,
Nice
Jack. I
you.
love you, man, and I'm so glad we had this conversation. NPC, you are king. I don't guess you can go no higher. You are king, and I expect bigger things even still, man.
Damn, I appreciate you, OG. You don't even know, bro. You don't even know, man. Much respect. Love you, Joe. Peace. The Oracle.
Oh, it was great talking to you finally. Yeah, I've seen you around a few places, not very often, but it was nice meeting you, and I wish you all the best, and I'll keep my prayers focused for you with good success and finding peace. Take care.
Thank you. And Joe, watch the outro song I play. Overall peace and love, but this is Jack Talcott. Put some motherfucking respect on his name. You'll see. Watch. You'll see this, bro. All right, much love, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
You there, Rashid?
Uh-huh.
There.
Yeah.
TML. Yeah. We're about to pimp off right now.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. First one up, man. First OG up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I respect you. And of course, I did a weird show earlier today. I think it was like, actually, I don't actually remember the topic. It was kind of an impromptu show.
You're reading Nietzsche. I got the end of it.
Different topics.
You had Noid up there, huh?
Yeah, I had Nietzsche. I had a little bit of Julius Evola. I don't know if you guys know who Julius Evola is. He's kind of a esoteric guy, but he was a student of Rene Guénon.
Damn.
But yeah. Also, we looked at a talk recently. Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay had a talk, so we had a bunch of people up there for that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if you guys are interested in that sort of thing, they were talking about woke right.
So woke right. Oh yeah, I saw that there was a little debate.
Little weird thing they had. Yeah. So
woke right.
Topic. Yeah. Different impromptu topic. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys so much.
But hey, wait, one thing too. I respect the fact that Machine's always shouting at his crew, digging them up because they are fucking top notch. Like a Nero,
I love those
Annapurna. The man, he looks like he's straight from the original Orthodox Church. He camped up the unseen. That's an OG. I like him.
Yeah, he really is.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
The real deal, man.
Yeah, he could teach a lot of people.
Crew, bro.
Yeah. Thank you. Blessings. Yeah.
All right, TML. Much love to you and your family.
Yeah, peace, brother. Yeah,
peace, brother. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
JT, Jack. Man.
Hey.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, brother.
Absolutely. I was honored and I had a great time, and I wanted to offer to Joe sincerely and Oracle.
Yeah, Oracle, yeah.
It was our first time meeting, so hopefully she's still listening. I thank you. Thank you for seeing beyond my rough edges and recognizing that even if I got off on the wrong foot, there's room for improvement with me. So, and I think she saw that. I think that
I
was
think
it.
she saw that, yeah. I liked how she said that the inner, you know, someone said it in the chat, they said like she gracefully intervened like that, and which was cool. But then again, I love how she did that. But then I feel you though, bro. Passion. We got Mars and Leo right now. Like sometimes it's like you gotta our tone. Our tone is what we need to do. We need to fucking show them what we're talking about. You know.
When the feedback she offered was spot on. You know, I will not deny the truth, and she was accurate and honest that my behavior could have been much better. And but you, brother, again, sincerely, thank you for the hospitality. For all of you who tuned in, if you're over on my channel, make sure you hit the link in the top and come over here and do a subscribe if you have not. But
thank you, Jack. Yeah,
brother, thank you. I'm bounced.
Appreciate you, brother. Happy Scorpio full moon. And I'm proud of you, Jack, over there in DC. Peace, brother. Love you, Jack Telcott. And I see you, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, we're about to wrap it up. So yeah. Hopefully you come back. We got a broadcast this Sunday. Either Sunday or Sunday or Monday. The Oracle and I are going to do some transits, astrotheology and whatnot. And then I have To All the Girls I Loved Before, Past Love stream, where people open panel, people can come up and talk about that Venus aspect of love, how you want to be loved, who you love, all that. But yeah, this has been an epic broadcast this Sunday. Yeah, this Sunday on the transits. Definitely hit that up. I'll drop the link to the thumbnail. Check out my page, the page for that. We'll do that probably 9 p.m. Eastern Sunday night. Wait, Sunday? Yeah. I'll check my link. Check my community page. Okay. Shout out to the Oracle. Shout out to Leopard Prince. Much love. Yeah, everybody. Our pool, man. I appreciate you putting up that the subscribe. Yeah, hit the subscribe. If you like, donations are always appreciated. Now I made it easy with the YouTube monetization. And yeah, hit me up on the buy me a coffee as well if you like, which is even better because it doesn't give any only takes out 5% rather than 30%. But anyway, if you choose to donate, it's greatly appreciated. Appreciate all the people that donated. I love it. I love getting paid for the art of streaming. Dude, this has been fun. If I was at home, I'd be like, back in America, I'd be like, I'm gonna kick back and smoke, put an L in the air and listen to this. But now I don't even need to do that anymore. But I'm definitely high right now, naturally, and we're living in a new Jack City for sure. Definitely. Full moon in Scorpio. Take out what you don't need in life, what's not serving you. Get rid of it like a detox to make room for what's serving you. To what's serving you. And be good to each other. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the Ninja Watchers. Shout out to Big Mel, Pandora, all the bullshit you went through. Shit. Much love, everybody. Lady Luck, Markella, everybody. Clue, Shadow Buddha in the building, bitch. Wicked, Wheels, everybody, man. Mystery Ozo, the Day Tripper. And don't forget. Yeah. You live in the New Jack City, bitch. Jack Telcott, put some respect on the name, bitch.
Hustler, word, I pull the trigger long, grit my teeth, spray to every nigga's gone. Got my block sewn on my dope spots. Last thing I sweat, so suck a punk cop. Move like a king when I roll hops. You try to flex, bang, another nigga drops. You gotta deal with this, cause in the way out. Why? Cash money ain't never gonna play out. I got nothing to lose, much to gain. In my brain, I got a capitalist migraine. I gotta get paid tonight. You motherfucking right, taking my grip. Check my bitch, keep my game tight. So many hoes on my jock, think I'm a movie star. 19, I got a $50,000 car. Go to school, I ain't going for it. Kiss my ass, bust the cap on the Moet. Cause I don't wanna hear that crap. Why? I'd rather be a New Jack hustler. 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 H-U-S-T-L-E-R hustler.
Yo, man, you know what I'm saying? You got it going on, my man. I like how it's going down. You got the fly cloth, the girls, the jewels. Look at that ring right there. I know it's real. It's gotta be real. Man, you the flyest nigga I've seen in my life. Yo, man, I just wanna roll with you, man. How can I be damn?
What's up? You say you wanna be down, east back. A motherfucker get beat down out my face. Fool, I'm the illest, bulletproof. I die harder than Bruce Willis. Got my crew in effect, I bought them new Jags. So much cash, gotta keep it in hefty bags. All I think about is T's and G's. Imagine that, me working in Mickey D's. That's a joke, cause I'm never gonna be broke. When I die, I'll be bullets and gun smoke. You don't like my lifestyle, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm rolling with the new Jack crew. And I'm a hustler. H-U-S-T-L-E-R hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. Here I come, so you better break north as I stride my gold chains glide back and forth. I care nothing about you, and that's evident. All I love is my dope and dead president. Sound crazy? Well, it isn't. The ends justifies the means, that's the system. I learned that in school, then I dropped out. Hit the street, check the grip, and now I got clout. I had nothing, and I wanted it. You had everything, and you flaunted it. Turned the needy into the greedy with cocaine. My success came speedy. Got me twisted, jam into a paradox. Every dollar I get, another brother drops. Maybe that's the plan, and I don't understand. Goddamn, you got me sinking in quicksand. But since I don't know, and I ain't never learned, I gotta get paid. I got money to earn with my posse out on the ab. Bump my sound, crack a 40 and laugh. Cool out and watch my new Benz clean. Is this a nightmare or the American dream? So think twice if you're coming down my block. You want a journey through hell? Well, shit gets hot. Pregnant teens, children scream. Life is weighed on the scales of a triple beam. You don't come here much and you better not wrong move. Bang! Ambulance cot. I gotta get more money than you got. So what if some motherfucker gets shot? That's how the game is played. Another brother slain, the wound is deep, but they giving us a band-aid. My education's low, but I got long dough. I'm raised like a pit bull, my heart pumps nitro. Sleep on silk, lie like a politician. My ooze is my best friend, cold as a mortician. Lock me up to genocidal catastrophe. There'll be another one after me, a hustler. H-U-S-T-L-E-R hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler. New Jack, New Jack, New Jack hustler. New Jack hustler.
Shout out to Gracie Gray. Shadow Buddha in the building, bitch. Yo, lay low, London man, hit me up, bro. In the fuck it, man. I fucking have to stop this shit. Hit me up in the real quick on this link, real quick. Hit me up real quick, bro. I've been meaning to get at you, brother. Peace, y'all. Yeah, shit. Fuck. Now I gotta play another song for a second. Let's see who we got.
Peace and continued success to the Emperor of Emperors. I salute you. Book of Gabriel, the God of Taiwan. Peace and continued success to the Emperor of Emperors.
Here come Johnny, two shot him in the lobby, mommy. Death is my hobby, mommy. Street said that God bless the gun with the most body. God bless sons with the most body. I seen dust heads scare everybody. I seen the devil die twice. I know where God is, where all of the graves be. Ancestors rest with me. My life, all of the testers. Who is the bestest? Ask mommy, nigga. You can ask mommy, nigga. Yeah. She made a legend, yeah. Free up the G's up, wave off a new ship. Send me a new ship, a new clip. Find me a new horse, 6+4, nigga. Diamond and Nordstrom, beauty you, damn I adore you. Like let me spoil you, I'm so royal. Spill all my oil, olive juice, olive oil. Shining through the maze, looking for you. Here comes Johnny 2, shot him in the lobby, mommy. Project shit. Death is the hobby. God bless the gun with the most bodies. God bless son with the most bodies. I seen the dust head scare everybody. I seen the devil die twice. Damn, I know where God is. Ancestors rest in my life. Test in my life. Test who's the best. Mama made a legend, oh.